All right, you're welcome. All right, so again, our objectives for this workshop, you're going to be working with standard templates after this class. That's most of what you're going to be doing. Now, every once in a while, you may get asked to build an integration that we don't already have a template for that you can use as a starting point. Well, that's okay. You can build your own templates, just like, we built out the library of templates. All of our templates are built from what we call frameworks. And there's two frameworks, import framework and export framework. And this is our base code, if you will, for building out all of our templates, that you'll have access to these frameworks as well if you need them. So you can build your own templates. But one of the best part about using frameworks is that every template that you build from these frameworks inherits the structure of that framework. And so because we've built all of our templates off these two key frameworks, you're going to find that all of our templates look the same to you after a while. And that's because they've all inherited the same structure to them, right? So this is where I need to go to see where the file is coming in off of SFTP. This is where I need to go to see where the data transformations are being done. This is where I need to go to see where the API is getting called, right? It's the same structure across all of our templates because that was inherited from these frameworks that we built the templates from. So familiarity with these frameworks, or especially the import framework that we're going to be using in class, is an important outcome for this class, because you'll understand where those key portions of logic is getting performed within the programming. Now, another big part of this is to be able to effectively use process reporting for integration troubleshooting, right? That's our main tool for troubleshooting. So, what information is getting logged? How do I read that? What are some of the things I should be looking for in there? And also test mode. Probably one of my favorite features of Boomi is test mode, the ability to see the execution of an integration shape by shape and see how the data is being transformed along the way. Very important developer tool, very important troubleshooting tool. Now, unfortunately, the way we have our integrations built, we use a real-time listener as the start shape, which is not supported in test mode. So there's a workaround that we have to do to get our integrations to work in test mode. Obviously, I'm going to show you what that workaround is, but I would also like to do a review of test mode. I know you saw test mode in your Boomi training, but when you're working with an integration that has lots of sub-processes, it may be a bit more sophisticated than what you saw in your basic Boomi training. So I'm going to reintroduce test mode to you in addition to show you that workaround. So our agenda for this 3-day workshop is, I'm going to start this morning or right away. I'm going through some key concepts about the architecture, the way we're using Boomi as our integration platform, the tools that we use as integration consultants. And then we're going to jump into the API for WFM. And hopefully you've all had a chance to install Postman on your computers. If you don't have it configured, don't worry about it. We're going to build our own configuration. If you do have it already configured for something else, we're going to build our own configuration to use in class. So as long as you already have it installed, that's the important part, but we'll configure it all together in class. And then this afternoon, or after lunch anyway, we'll get into working with a typical template that you're going to be working with after class. And it's going to be an accrual balance reset import template, very common template that a lot of our customers needs. And I want to use that as an example of showing you the copy, the build, the deploy, the install, the execution, making little changes in the programming logic according to what the customer needs. I want to show you that entire process using one of our typical templates, the accrual balance reset. So we'll do that this afternoon. Tomorrow, will be the opposite problem. Tomorrow will be, I don't have a template that I can use as a starting point, so I need to build my own. And we build our own templates from frameworks. So I'll introduce you to the import framework tomorrow, and we are going to create our own punch import. And along the way, I will introduce you to what all the major portions of programming are that are in the framework. Because like I said, every template that's been built off of these frameworks have that same structure to them. So as we build out the programming for our punch import, we don't have to edit everything that comes with the framework. There's a lot of stuff in there that just works as is, and we don't have to edit it. But I still want you to understand what it does, because that's an important part of troubleshooting, is at least understanding it. Right? So we'll build our own punch import, and of course, along the way, we'll make mistakes. But that's okay, because that's where process reporting comes in. We'll be able to find those mistakes, troubleshoot them, see where things went wrong, and fix them, so that we can get our integrations to run cleanly. I also have a very short module that mainly deals with getting integrations into production. So we do all of our development in a customer's non-production tenant. But at some point, we're going to get it right. And we're going to say, okay, what do I need to do? What do I need to think about to get this ready for a production run? So we'll talk about that. And then also the opposite. What if you have an integration in production and we don't need it anymore, and the customer is asking you to remove it, which is very common, especially with migrations, right? We have to build integrations to get them through the migration, but once the migration is done, they don't need those integrations anymore. Can you please remove them so somebody doesn't accidentally run them anymore? Yes, we can, but there's an order in which we need to back things out, and I'll talk about that. And on Thursday, we'll talk about test mode. Again, I'll do a demonstration of test mode. We'll do a lab altogether to troubleshoot a broken one. And then there will be an independent lab where I will ask you to build a wage rate import from the import framework, which is, going to be the same basic steps that we did for the punch import. It's just a different transaction. So that's our agenda for the 3 days. Any questions on the agenda or the outcomes, objectives? Asking questions just gives me time to sip my coffee. All right. So shortly before class, you should have received an email from me that assigns you one of my training tenants to use for this week. And it's an email that would have looked something like this. The subject of the email was Integration Workshop Learning Tenant Assignment, where you've been assigned to use one of my 20 training tenants that I use for the various classes that I teach. Is there anybody who did not receive an email like this before class? Awesome. All right, so the URL for logging into the tenant is going to be IC-train-20 something or 30 something .cfn.mychronos.com. And it's important that we each have our own tenant because we're working with setup data and we don't want to bump into each other with setup data. The user account that we're going to be using to log into the training tenants is going to be Sean Ivan. And Sean Ivan is a system administrator who has all the function and data access rights to be, who can do everything that we need to do in class in terms of being able to do the API calls, install integrations, execute integrations, design integrations. So Sean Ivan is going to be the only user account we need for the tenants. But each one of my training tenants has a different set of passwords in it. So in your tenant assignment email, I gave you your Sean Ivan password, which is going to be different from my Sean Ivan password that you see here. I also gave you the client ID and client secret of that tenant, which you're going to need to know to configure Postman. If you want to open up an external API call, you need the client ID and the client secret. That is part of the tenant setup information, and they never change over the life of the tenant, but you still need to know what it is. So I gave you that. You'll need that for when we configure Postman. And also, the files that we are going to use for the different integration labs that we're going to work on, those files have already been copied up to the SFTP accounts used by your tenants. But you need the SFTP connection information to configure the SFTP connector in your integrations. So I gave you your tenant's internal SFTP account connection information, right? So host, port, user, and password for the SFTP account. So keep this email handy. You're going to need this for later on when we're working on our labs. So I'm just going to minimize this on my desktop. So we have that. Now, also, there are some files that I need to give you. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy a zip file into the chat of Zoom. Oops, hang on. Everyone. All right. So if you open up the chat in Zoom, you should see a participant files.zip. I would like you to download that to your local computer and unzip it somewhere. It does have to be unzipped. There's a couple of Postman configuration files in there that we're going to import into Postman, but you can't import from a zipped file. It has to be unzipped. So download participant files.zip and unzip it. Is there anybody who can't see the zip file in chat? Every once in a while, there's somebody who can't see it in chat. I don't know why. All right. Awesome. So remember where I said that I was going to use the reactions of Zoom, and one of the reactions I like to use is the thumbs up. Here's a chance to practice it. So if you got the participant files.zip, give me a thumbs up. I can see who's got it. If you don't have it, let me know. All right, excellent. Well, there is another file I would like to give you, which is a Word document, and it is the course book. And in this course book is a lot of the material that I'm covering in the course, but also all the labs are in there step by step. So you can follow along with me as we're doing the labs. If you fall behind and need to catch up, all the steps are in there step by step, so you should be able to catch up in relatively short order. But yeah, keep this handy. We'll be referencing it quite a bit in class. And I will also give you the PowerPoint slides. I can't give them to you right now because they're open. So I think tonight when I send out the link to the Zoom recording, I'll just attach the slides to that email. So you'll get that too. All right. Now, these labs are an important part of the class, obviously. For the partners in class, this is part of the partner accreditation process, right? So the partner enablement team is asking me to make sure that you have completed all the labs in class, so they can use that as the basis of saying that you're ready to be assigned to customer projects. And those customer projects are to, progress you along the certification path. but I am not the certification, right? I'm right here, right? You are here at the training portion of it right here. If you complete all the labs in class, I'll let the partner enablement management team know that you did. That will be their trigger to start getting you some customer projects so you can get your hands-on experience, get some proven results, and that counts as that larger certification. But that's all managed by the partner enablement team. I just have to let them know that I saw you complete all the labs in class. So I need you to complete all the labs in class in order to pass the class, right? So I also want to point out that our labs build on each other. So these earlier labs are very important because they need to be in place for the later labs to work. Like, for example, when we configure Postman, later on this morning, the labs we do later on will assume Postman is already configured. Right? The deployment of a shared SFTP connector that we do this afternoon, the labs that we do later on will assume that's already in place. So very important that we keep up with the lab. So I'll be asking you a lot. If everybody's caught up to this point in the lab, give me a thumbs up so I can make sure that you are following along. And also, I'm also watching your who's running what in the Boomi accounts, and I can see what you've got installed on your tenants. So please make sure we're doing everything as we go through. All right. So guess that's it for the introduction. Any questions before we get started? All right, then let's do this. All right, so again, this first lesson, just some key concepts about architecture, the way we're using the Boomi integration platform, the tools that we use as integration consultants. So the first big concept is that all integrations for UKG Pro WFM are API-based integrations. Whether it's an import or an export, it's an API-based integration. We don't have database access to get to our business data. It's an API. Right? Now, on the other side of the integration, it's most likely going to be a flat file that's coming in off of SFTP, but it doesn't have to be. It could be another REST-based system. It can't be a database-based system, right? The Boomi integration architecture for executing integrations is completely built within the UKG cloud. And we don't allow outbound database connections. So if a customer says, I need you to write an integration that reads from this database, one of my other systems, we can't do that. We can't open up outbound database connections. We can open up outbound HTTPS connections. So if that other system is a REST-based system, you're talking about an HTTPS connection, not a database connection. Those can be allowed, right? It's just a matter of getting whatever that connection is whitelisted so that we can allow it. And there's also, speaking of REST-based systems, there's also systems like Workday and PeopleSoft that we work with quite a bit. And they can do something pretty interesting. They can run our integration for us. So for example, when you add a new employee into Workday and we need to get that imported over into WFM, we can have Workday run our employee import for us and send us that information for the new employee on demand, right? So rather than wait till the middle of the night to catch up on a whole bunch of, employees that were added over the course of the day in batch, we can have Workdays, import them using our employee import as they come into Workday during the day. It takes a little bit of configuration to do on the Workday side, on the PeopleSoft side. But that can be done too. That's unusual. Most of the 99.9% of the integrations you're going to work with are designed to get kicked off from within dimensions. I'm just saying that, doesn't have to be. Right. So we are using Boomi as our integration platform for our tenants. And when you're talking about the architecture of Boomi, there are three major components. There's atoms, which run integrations. There's environments, where you deploy your integrations to make that code available for when they execute on an atom. And then we have the designer that we use to do the programming side of it. We have our own atoms and our own environment servers built into the UKG cloud. So everything on the execution side happens completely within the UKG cloud, except for the designer. And the designer is only used by us developers and support people. If we could host our own designer, we would, but we can't. So what that means is for every customer that buys WFM, we have to create a Boomi account on their behalf out at platform.boomi.com. And then we tie that Boomi account to all of the tenants in that customer's solution. By default, every customer gets two tenants, a production tenant and a non-production tenant. Some customers have multiple non-production tenants, but you'll have at least one. No matter how many tenants you have in your solution, they will all be tied to the same Boomi account. And that's where we develop all of the integrations for that customer's solution. It's just a matter of deploying it to their non-prod tenant, deploying the code to their prod tenant, so that it's available when it executes on prod or non-prod. So one Boomi account created by us, tied to all the tenants. So when you log into either their tenant, either their production tenant or their non-production tenant, whichever one you log into, in application setup, there's a link to the designer, Boomi designer. And when you click on that link, it does a single sign-on from the WFM tenant out to platform.boomi.com into the Boomi account that's tied to those tenants. So it forces you into a particular Boomi account. And the only thing you're going to see in that Boomi account is that customer's integrations. So everything that you see here in terms of programming components is hosted out here at platform.boomi.com. When you got your programming, all done and it's ready for ready to be deployed, what we have to do is we have to build a package and deploy that package to an environment. And that package is basically a zip file of all the programming components that make up that integration. And then we deploy that big honking zip file into one of our environment servers that's tied to the tenants. Now, we can't see into that package. We can't see the components inside that package. However, there are things that you can do in a deployment package to, you can extend components. And when you extend a component in an environment, it allows us to set the value for that component at the environment level. We can have a default value for a component inside the package, but I can also set values for extended components at the environment level. And if you extend a component, that will be visible to WFM. And that's going to be an important concept later on when we're talking about things like parameters and cross-reference tables, when we want WFM to directly work with those extended components. They have to be extended components. Right? So extensions is going to be important for us. And SFTP is more than just SFTP for our tenants. There's actually a component of our architecture called Managed File Transfer Services. And Managed File Transfer Services is actually made up of two SFTP accounts for every tenant, an external SFTP account and an internal SFTP account. The external SFTP account is open to the open internet, and the internal SFTP account is not open to the open internet. It's only available inside the cloud. So it's the external SFTP account that our customers are going to use to upload and download their files, to and from, because they're on the outside of the cloud. They have to use the external SFTP account. And because that account is open to the open internet, then we require all data to be PGP encrypted. I'm sorry, Fiona, did you have a question?
Oh, sorry, Rick. I couldn't see your screen, so I was just trying to notify you, but it's working now.
Okay.
Sorry about that.
All right. So customers have to PGP encrypt all the data that's transferred up and down through this external SFTP account. And PGP is a key-based encryption. So the customer needs a PGP key created, and that's done when we onboard new customers. And UKG has a PGP key as well that we use. Now, when customers connect to the external SFTP account, they're going to see two folders, inbound folder and outbound folder. The inbound folder is used to put all the files that are going to get used by imports. All right, this is data that's inbound into UKG, and the outbound folder is where we put all of our export data. And that's it, just two folders, inbound and outbound. We don't create additional folders. We don't create subfolders. Every integration template you're going to work with is designed to work with inbound and outbound. And I also want to point out that there is a 30-day file retention on our SFTP accounts. And that's not a setting that can be changed. So we need to understand that these SFTP accounts are just for transient data coming in and out of the system. If a customer says, I want you to keep an archived copy of these files, we can't do it on our SFTP accounts because at some point, 30 days from now, it will be automatically deleted. So if they want to keep archived copies, they're going to have to do it on their site. Now, the internal SFTP account has the exact two folders in them, inbound and outbound. And Managed File Transfer Services is going to synchronize these folders in these two SFTP accounts at the folder level. And it's also going to take care of all the encryption and decryption for us. So, for example, if a customer has an encrypted file of punches that they want to import it, they'll do the encryption of the punch file. They'll upload that encrypted file to the external SFTP account inbound folder. And as soon as that file arrives in the inbound folder, Managed File Transfer Services will detect it, and it will decrypt that encrypted file using the UKG key, which is what the customer should have used to encrypt the file. But we'll decrypt the file. And if it decrypts cleanly, that's great. If it doesn't, then we're going to reject it. And the customer will receive an automated email from the system letting them know that a file failed decryption and we couldn't accept it. Now, also, even if it does decrypt cleanly, we're going to scan it for viruses. And if it fails the virus scan, again, we will reject it and the customer will receive an automated email from us. But if it is free of viruses and if it does decrypt cleanly, then that unencrypted version of the file is put into the corresponding folder of the internal SFTP account. So now in the inbound folder of the internal SFTP account, I've got the plain text punches that when I run the punch import, I'm just reading a plain text file. And then the opposite is also true. If you run an export integration, we're going to create that plain text file and put that into the outbound folder of the internal SFTP account. As soon as that file arrives, Managed File Transfer Services will detect it. It will encrypt the file using the customer's PGP key and put the encrypted version of that file into the corresponding folder of the external SFTP account, where now my customer can connect using FileZilla or whatever their SFTP tool of choice is and download that encrypted file. So the encryption and decryption of these files is automated for us. But the important concepts here is that customers are always uploading and downloading to an external SFTP account because they are on the outside of the cloud. Boomi is on the inside of the cloud. So we are always working with the internal SFTP account. You're not going to have a Boomi integration that works with the external SFTP account because it doesn't have access to it. It only has access to the internal SFTP account. So, important concepts there. So Boomi development in general, it's probably going to be SFTP on one side and API on the other side, depending on whether or not it's an import or an export. If it's SFTP, you're probably talking about flat files coming off the SFTP server. For the API, we're talking about JSON documents that are getting posted and responding back from our API. So we need profiles to describe these documents. So it's flat file profiles, JSON profiles. For doing data transformations, Boomi has maps, map functions, and cross-reference tables. We love them. We use them quite a bit. We use them in some pretty creative ways. You could also use scripts to do that. Our preference is not to. And I'll talk about that in a little bit. But if we can do something in a map function or a cross-reference table using just regular native Boomi functionality, we'd rather do it that way, rather than get crazy with scripting everywhere. And our development cycle is always one of copy, build, and deploy. We don't build anything from scratch. No self-respecting programmer builds anything from scratch. We copy something else to use as our starting point, and then we build on from there. And it's either a template or a framework, but our first step is always a copy. And then we finish the build, and then we deploy it. Now, what gets interesting is when you factor WFM into this conversation, because the user experience for working with these integrations is going to be within the WFM user interface. We're not going to give our users Boomi access. They're not Boomi certified. They don't know what they're doing. They're just going to break stuff. So we don't give users Boomi access. So that means they have to be able to do everything they need to do from within the WFM user interface. So for example, I want them to be able to modify their own cross-reference tables. So as they add new accrual codes, update your own cross-reference table. Yes, the cross-reference table is a programming component in the integration, but we can extend a cross-reference table, which gives us the ability to set the values for the cross-reference table at the environment level. And since it's at the environment level, WFM will be able to see it. And so now I can give you a page within the user interface where the users can upload, download, and edit the cross-reference tables themselves. And when they save that cross-reference table, it gets saved directly into the Boomi environment. Do they know it's getting saved into the Boomi environment? No, they don't need to know, but it is. So the next time the integration runs, that's the updated table that it's going to be reading directly. But the user stayed in the WFM user interface, even though they were editing that Boomi component. Now, also for running integrations, they run the integrations from within WFM. So there's a page under maintenance integrations. We used to refer to this integrations page as integration hub. So if you ever hear the term integration hub, it's just the integrations page under the maintenance menu. Most people don't call it integration hub anymore. It's just the integrations page. But this is where I go to run integrations, to schedule integrations, to upload, download, edit, cross-reference tables. This is where users go to run those integrations. And they also need to be able to monitor the status. Now, when we are in the Boomi Designer, we have access to something called process reporting, where we can see integrations running in real time. Users can't do that. They don't have access to the Boomi Designer, so there is no process reporting for them. And there is no real-time API that we can tap into on the Boomi Atoms where we can give some real-time monitoring about how their integration is running. So we have to simulate that by doing API calls in our programming that update the that run page in the user interface. So we can say, for this particular integration, let's set the integration run status to in progress. So the user sees an in progress tile representing their integration running. And as we're wrapping up our integration run, we could do another API call that updates the user interface to say, set the integration run status for this execution to be completed. And here's the run summary totals. So my user will be able to see the fact that it's completed and see what the run summary totals are. But those are API calls that we have to make from our Boomi programming to update that page in the user interface. So you'll see API calls in the programming to update that page that has nothing to do with the fact that you're working with punches or locations or schedule edits or whatever. But it's API calls that need to get done so the user experience, they see their integration progress reported accurately. But those are more API calls, and we refer to that as a callback API when we're updating the status, so the user can see that the integration is in progress, completed, failed, or whatever. Now, if there are rejected transactions or failed transactions, we can submit those failed transactions to another page in the user interface called Transaction Assistant. And the user will be able to review and edit or remove those failed transactions themselves. But this is another page in the user interface. So if our transaction that we tried to post to the API failed, we have to make sure that we then submit that failed transaction to the transaction assistant so they'll be able to see it there. And that's done in our programming. Also, if there were any disqualified transactions, there is a report called the Additional Details Report where we can report on those disqualifications. Our programming needs to build that Additional Details Report. And as far as email notifications, it's got nothing to do with our Boomi programming like these other things do, but it is something else that the system can do for the users to send out an email to let somebody know that this integration is being run when it enters an in progress state, or that it completes with transaction errors, or it fails. We can have the system send emails to people who want to know. So the user experience is going to be important considerations for us as we get into building these Boomi integrations. And there are there's two types of integrations that you're going to hear worked with. There's actually three types. You'll hear integration packs and templates. Integration packs are Boomi integrations, but they were written by engineering as what they call standard product. Templates are written by my team on the professional services side of the house. And you have full build access to them. So integration packs, again, developed by engineering. They're typically used for UKG product to UKG product type integrations. So for example, if you bought our WFM and our Pro for your HR solution, we know how to pass data back and forth between WFM and Pro. So engineering already has those integrations built. They just need to be deployed. But you can't edit them. You don't have access to the build tab of an integration pack. What engineering does is they just give you a deployment package. And all we can do is deploy that package. There's no build tab for it. They've already built it. And any of our other UKG products as well, all right? So Telestaff, Benefit Center, Healthcare Analytics, Payroll-Based Journaling. We've already got those integrations built, those integration packs built. And it's just a matter of deploying them. We can't build them. But when you start talking about external data, well, now we have no idea, right? Engineering can't build this because it's not our system, right? So that's where templates come into play. Anytime you're working with external data, it's going to be a template. It's a non-UKG system. It's going to be a template for that. And we have a whole library of what we call functional templates. And we call them functional templates because they're not vendor specific. So for example, an accrual balance reset, I could probably name 6 different systems that we can import accrual balances from, but we don't have 6 different versions of that template. We have one template, and it's designed to be flexible enough that it can work with any system. Some system that we know about today or some system that we don't know about that comes out tomorrow, it should still work for them, right? So we have functional, not vendor specific templates. But you have full build access to them and you are expected to edit them because every customer working with their systems may have slightly different needs. So yeah, there will be some level of build that you have to do for them. So integration packs, no build. All they give you is a package to deploy. Templates, build. You got to build. And like I said, we have a whole library of templates that my team manages. This is not the full list of them. I will show you the full list on Thursday. I'll give you links to where you can see the full list of them. This is just a screenshot of a SharePoint page. But I just want to point out that these are functional templates, right? So we have one accrual balance reset import. We don't have 6 different versions of it, vendor specific versions of it. It's one functional template. Right? And I know this being an international class, there's an insurance company here in the United States called Farmers Insurance, and I'm sure most people don't know who Farmers Insurance is. But I love their slogan. Right? Their slogan is, we know a thing or two because we've seen a thing or two. And what they're saying is, we've seen so many insurance claims that we've got the experience to be able to build, to be able to handle anything you throw at us. And I love that philosophy because it's the same thing that we build into our templates. We've seen the same types of requests come from customer after customer after customer after customer. And if we keep seeing the same requests, then I don't want to have to rebuild that same programming every time. I want it pre-built and in these templates, just in case I need it. So, for example, in an accrual balance reset, accrual resets are effective dated. So what do you want to use for an effective date? Well, we've seen some of our customers want to use a date that comes from the file. Some customers want to use today's date from the system. Some customers want to prompt the user for the date. Some customers want to use the start date of the current pay period. We've seen it all. And so in our template, we have all of that programming already in there, just in case you need one of them. And we'll give you a process property that you could set to tell us which one of those do you want to use. Oh, you want to use the current pay period start date? Okay, then I'll go down that programming path and ignore the other ways of getting the effective date. Or you want to use it from the system? All right, I'll go down that programming path and ignore the other ones. But they're all built into the template just in case you need it. And that's really what this is saying. It's like, we've seen this before. We don't want to have to keep building it. So it's already in the template. And if you want to use that part of the logic, then use it. If you don't want to use it, then bypass it, right? But it's there just in case you use it. The idea behind a template is we want you, and templates are designed for integration consultants. We want you to be able to build the customer solution as quickly and as efficiently as possible. So if we can have the programming that you might need already in place, that you can just tailor it and start using it, it'll make your job a lot easier. Right now, obviously, any one customer doesn't need all 5 different ways of getting an effective date. They're only going to need one way of getting the effective date. So there's going to be some logic in there that ends up never getting used for that particular customer. But again, our templates weren't designed for customers. They were designed for integration consultants to build the customer solution as quickly as efficiently as possible. So the programming that we have in place works, right? It's just there may be more of it than you need, but at least just turn on the bits you need, knowing that it'll work. So what's in an integration consultant's toolkit? Well, there's WFM documentation, and there is an integrations design guide out on community, and I'll give you a link to that on Thursday when we talk about our development resources. There is an official design guide for integrations, and I do encourage people to familiarize yourself with that document. A lot of what we're going to be talking about in class are also in that design guide, but there's more stuff in the design guide that I just don't have time to talk about in a 3-day class. So you should familiarize yourself with the official documentation for integration design. Developer Hub is where we document all of the somewhere between 400 and 500 API operations that we have in WFM. Talent Central has training around the features of WFM, and also Online Help has documentation around features of WFM. And if you're going to be building integrations for, let's say, scheduling forecasting, then it helps if you understand how forecasting works as a feature. Because if you understand how forecasting works, then you understand the data that's involved. Because you're not going to learn how forecasting works from the API documentation, right? The API documentation is just saying, here are the data objects in a request document. They don't tell you what those data objects are for, how they work, what forecasting data is. It assumes you already understand forecasting. So I do recommend that you are familiar with how the data is used within the system so that you can effectively, identify it and work with it in the APIs. But you're not going to learn anything about our system from the API documentation. So that's why I always list Talent Central and Online Help. At least familiarize yourself with the user interface. And I'll say this a bunch of times in this class. If you can do a transaction in the user interface, then you can do that transaction in the API. because the user interface and the API both reuse the same business logic behind the scenes. So if you can do the transaction in the user interface, it's just a matter of finding those same fields in the API, providing them in the API, and when you send that transaction into the API, it'll work just like it did in the user interface because it's the same data. So, again, I'll say, learn that part of the system, because if you can do what you need to do in the user interface, then I have full confidence you'll be able to do it in the API because it's the same business logic. For your customer tenants, you're going to need to know their client ID, client secrets, and this should be given to you at the start of a project. If you need to configure Postman to do some API testing for them, you're going to need to know the client ID and client secret of their tenants. You're not going to need app keys anymore, and I'll talk about that later on. Also, their internal, external SFTP accounts. You should have that connection information as well at the start of the project. For the applications that we use as integration consultants, we use Postman, which is a third-party application. It's free, it's well documented, it's well supported, but it's a great tool for building REST requests so that we can test them and seeing what the responses are going to look like coming out of the system. And it doesn't matter what programming tool you're using. We happen to be using Boomi in this class, but even if I was using, Python or something else, Postman would still be my starting point. I have to understand what the request documents need to look like. I have to understand what the response documents are going to look like so that I'm prepared to work with those documents in whatever my programming language is. So Postman is always our starting point for working with this, working with the API. For SFTP file transfers, most customers are going to be using FileZilla because it's free, it's well documented, well supported. Personally, I don't use FileZilla. I use another product called WinSCP. I have 20 training tenants that I have to manage. Each training tenant has an internal and external SFTP account. So I have 40 SFTP accounts that I have to manage, and I just find that WinSCP does a better job at managing multiple connections than FileZilla does. So it's a personal preference, but whatever, as long as it's SFTP, because FTP won't work. It has to be SFTP. Oh, and by the way, in your course book, which I haven't opened yet, in your course book, this page, what's in an integration consultant's toolkit? I gave you links to where you can download these applications that I'm talking about, right? So for Postman, where can I download Postman? For PGP encryption, my team is typically using OpenPGP Studio. Again, it's free, it's easy to use. We can use that to create PGP keys, to decrypt files, encrypt files. OpenPGP Studio is just the one that we generally recommend. For SFTP, like I said, most people use FileZilla. Some other cool tools that we use. On my team, our notepad of choice is Notepad++. Again, it's free, well supported, easy to use. But what's nice about Notepad++ is that it also supports plugins. So there is a JSON viewer that you can plug in to Notepad++ that makes it easier to format and work with JSON documents. So that's what you'll see me using in class. If you're not using Notepad++, it doesn't matter. You can use whatever you're comfortable with, whatever your company allows you to use. This is just my notepad of choice. I also gave you a few extra links here. Importing JSON into Excel is a good skill to have as a consultant. Most of what we're going to be doing is using the API to extract data. And when you do that, the data comes out in a JSON response document out of the API. Well, you don't have to write an integration to read that, that JSON response document. You can import from a JSON file directly into Excel, right? So in Excel, import from JSON, and a little wizard pops up. We map objects to columns, and you can import it that way. It's a little tricky. It takes some practice. So I gave you a link here to an article that talks about importing from a JSON file into Excel. And there's probably tutorials for it out on YouTube, but it's a good skill to have. You'll be surprised how handy it comes in. Some customers just want a quick hit. Can you send me this information out of the system? And we'll just request it out of the API, import it into Excel, and say, here you go. For Groovy, because we do use Groovy for our scripting when we have to, I like the everybody on my team. We like the tutorials point, Groovy online editor. The serious developers on my team use Visual Studio for their Groovy programming, but that's a licensed product. I'm not a Groovy developer myself. But I still want to be able to build simple Groovy scripts and do some testing. And Tutorials Point is a nice online editor and even has some help built into it to help you learn Groovy. Now, when I first came over to the team, I had never even heard of Groovy. What do I do whenever I'm forced to learn something new? I go to YouTube and I look for a tutorial. And I found one. So here's a Groovy tutorial if you want to just spend half a day and learn Groovy. It's got a link to the code examples that they used during the tutorial in the video description. And this was enough just to get me started with Groovy. So if you want that, you can have that. All right, so these links are in the course book. I just wanted to point that out. Out on UKG community, there's not really anything out there. No community articles for Boomi programming. Most of what's out on community is user-facing stuff. The only Boomi programming stuff out on community is the official design guide in our documentation section. Now, we are all Boomi certified professional integration developers. So we also have access to the Boomi community, and there's some really cool stuff out there. If you ever want to get your geek on, see some really cool programming tricks. There's some cool stuff out there. You probably won't need that because our templates already have the scripting done. But anyway, just some cool stuff out there. All right, application setup. In our application setup area, there is an integration setup content area. Install integrations. After you deploy an integration from the Boomi designer into a tenant, you then have to install that template into the tenant. And when you install, it creates a user interface integration that when they click on that, when they say run this integration in the user interface, we kick off the appropriate Boomi process behind the scenes. So after you deploy an integration, you have to install the integration. Design integration templates. This is the link out to the Boomi designer, but it will force you into the account that's also tied to this customer's tenants. So yes, it will do a single sign-on out to the platform.boomi.com, but it will force you into this customer's Boomi account. But this is the link to the Boomi Designer. Connections is where we can go to define and test SFTP connections, particularly for the internal SFTP account. So if you want to open them up in the user interface, right, define the connection, and it gives the user something they can click on to open up the internal SFTP account and see the contents. But this is where we go to define it. Down here, I'll get to that in a minute, is where they go to open it. Configure accounts and environments. This is where we can go to see the name of the Boomi account that's tied to this customer's tenants, right? So I said that when a customer purchases WFM, we have a Boomi account created on their behalf. That Boomi account is tied to all of their tenants. This is where we do that. This is the page in application setup where you'll see the name of that Boomi account. And you'll also see the name of the environment that's tied to this tenant. Now, each of your tenants is going to have its own environment. So when you're in this Boomi account and we are deploying the integration, you're going to have to know the name of the production tenant's environment and know the name of your non-prod tenant's environment, so you're deploying to the right environment. So if you want this to be installed in production, you have to deploy this to the production's environment. This is where you'll find the name of that environment. Now, this is part of the tenant setup, and it should only be edited by the Cloud Ops team to actually create the tenant. But it's good information that we need to see, and this is where you'll see it. Integration sets is where we can tie multiple integrations together for typically scheduling purposes. So if every night you need to run the employee import, and then right after the employee import, you want to do the schedule import to import the schedules from the new people, well, I can schedule the employee import to run at 2 a.m., but when do I schedule the schedule import to run? Well, I don't know. Sometimes the employee import runs for 5 minutes. Sometimes it runs for half an hour. You know, I don't know when to do the next one. So what you can do is you can put both of those integrations into an integration set. And in the set, say step 1, do the employee import. Step 2, do the schedule import. And whenever step 1 finishes, it will immediately kick off the second step. So you don't have to worry about when to schedule all those subsequent integrations. Just build a set. And we can even do logic in that set that says if step 1 fails, don't bother doing step 2. List parameters. So parameters are when you're prompting users for information when they're running the integration. So, you know, give me the name of a source file. Give me an effective date. You know, you're prompting the user for information as they're running the integration. Those are parameters. And a lot of times we're just giving them a text box that they can type into. You know, give me, you know, the name of a hyperfind, you know, whatever. But sometimes I don't want them just to be able to free type anything into the text box. Sometimes I want them to select from a list, a drop-down list of known values. So for example, you know, select one of these 5 hyperfind names, right? And we've already got the hyperfind names in there, and we don't risk them spelling it wrong or something like that, right? So those are called list parameters, those drop-down lists that you see there. This is where we can build those lists. Manage integration properties you will never use. And I hope someday it goes away. But it would only be used by the Cloud Ops team if they were doing an HCM tenant refresh. And this would only be for our HCM customers. And we're not even selling HCM moving forward. You know, now that we have Pro, we're going to discontinue HCM. And Pro is going to be our only HR solution moving forward. So at some point, HCM will go away. But even if you did have an HCM tenant, it's not going to be you who's doing the refresh. It's going to be the cloud team doing the refresh. So I don't even know why this is visible in the user interface. Manage SFTP. This is where users can actually open one of those SFTP connections you created to see what's in the inbound folder, what's in the outbound folder. All right, this is where they can go to open those connections. And this whole payroll setup section, if you had a Pro integration pack installed, they externalize the mappings so that you can edit or set the configuration options for those integration packs. So these are pages that engineering built specifically for the Pro integration packs. So all of those different features can be individually turned on and off. Radha, did you have a question? All right. So all that functionality for integrations, there are function access control points for that. And if you're familiar with creating function access profiles, you're familiar with these access control points. The ones for integrations, most of them tend to be under manager commons setup in your function access profile control points. So for like transaction assistant, do you want to be able to view, edit, or delete the transaction assistant entries? Under manager commons setup integrations, there's a whole bunch of access control points that we can allow or not allow. But the big one that I want to point out to everybody here is under manager commons setup, there is design integrations. This is the access control point that grants access to the Boomi designer. Now, again, I don't want, the only people I want going into the Boomi designer are people who know what they're doing in Boomi, right? Boomi certified people. Because if you don't know what you're doing, you're going to see all of our code, right? If you break something because you don't know what you're doing, that's a risk. So I want to make sure that this function access control point is only allowed for people who are, safe to go into the Boomi designer. And then it's not allowed for everybody else. Now, also, when you do click on design integrations, it's going to do a single sign-on out to platform.boomi.com into this, this particular customer's account. In order for that single sign-on to work, your email address from your people record, right? Since you're logged into the system, when you click on design integrations, we're gonna pick up your email address from your people record, do a single sign-on out to platform.boomi.com. And if that email address is a registered user of that account out at platform.boomi.com, then that single sign-on will work. Right? So how do I get my email address registered into my customer's Boomi account? Well, the registration process is automated, and it's triggered by whether or not you have design integrations assigned to you or not. So if you assign me a function access profile that has design integrations allowed, then the system will go out to my people record, find my email address, and then take that email address, go out to platform.boomi.com and register that email address for this customer's account. That way, when I do later on click on design integrations, that single sign-on will work because my email address has already been registered, right? So the registration process itself is automated, and it's triggered by assigning somebody a function access profile that has this control point allowed. So knowing how it's triggered, we can force a registration anytime we want, just by changing somebody's function access profile. Right? So let's say that when they assigned me my function access profile, that I didn't yet have my email address in the people record. So that registration process wouldn't have worked. So when I go to log in to the design integrations, the single sign-on fails because my email address wasn't properly registered. Now what do I do? Well, we can force it. So what we can do is we can change the user's function access profile to something that doesn't have designer access, make sure their email address is correct, and then assign them back a function access profile that does have designer access. And it's the act of giving them designer access that forces the registration, but this time it'll pick up their email address and they'll be registered properly. Question? Maya?
Yes, I have one question. So how much time does it take to register it? Like sometimes what happens is when we change the function action profile, it doesn't log us into Boomi for 1 day. So how much time does it usually take?
Once your email address is registered out at platform.boomi.com, it's out there forever. It would have to be manually deleted from the Boomi side. We don't have an automated unregistration.
Okay. So once we like change the function action profile, it will automatically like within like few minutes it will register us, right?
Yeah, right. So when you assign somebody a function access profile that does have designer access, it happens within a minute or two. So just wait 5 minutes and try it. It should work.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Now the other thing that you're going to run into is that people's email address changes, right? So people have name changes, right? They get married, they get divorced, their names changed. In my case, it wasn't my name that changed, it was my company. So I am no longer rick.lucier at kronos.com like I was originally registered. I am now rick.lucier at ukg.com. So when they changed my email address in my people record, that no longer represents something that was originally registered. Now, all of a sudden, since they changed my email address, I can't log into Boomi, right? I'm out. So how do I get it back? Well, change my function access profile to something that doesn't have designer access, then change it back to something that does have designer access. That will force a re-registration, but this time it'll pick up my UKG because that's the current email address in my people record. So now I'm fixed, right? I'm re-registered. So you can re-register somebody anytime you want. It's just a matter of unassigning and assigning a function access profile that has or doesn't have designer access. So keep this in mind. This is a good trick to have. Fiona?
Hi Rick. So I just wanted to know, the email that you registered with for platform Boomi, does that like have an impact on whether you would have access to your design integration template, like what you're speaking about? Or is it just a matter of that your email on your people information should be configured and you should have the right function access profile to do so? So I'm just asking, does your platform Boomi email that you registered with have an influence on any of this?
It shouldn't.
Oh,
So that
okay.
yeah, your training account that you set up was based on your company email address. And so when you are working with your customers, you're going to have a user account in your customer's system that's also tied to that email address. And the
Oh,
registration process will put your email into their account. So it's got nothing to do with
okay.
your training account. You're going into their account.
Okay, no, I understand. Thank you.
Yep. All right. So we're going to do a little lab all together. It's a very quick lab. Just going to do two things. I'm going to find the Boomi environment in your training tenant because you're going to need to know that for later on when we're deploying. Because all 20 of my training tenants are linked to the same Boomi account. When we go to deploy, you're going to see 20 environments, and you're going to need to deploy to the environment that your tenant is using. So I need to show you where you can find the name of your tenant's environment. And then also in your tenant assignment email, I gave you the internal SFTP account connection information. I would like us to test that, make sure it works. So this lab is in your lab document at the end of lesson 1. So it starts on page 8. We're going to log into our training tenant as Sean Ivan, and we're going to make our way over to administration application setup. And we're going to do this all together. So using your tenant assignment email, let's log into your assigned tenant as Sean Ivan with your Sean Ivan password. And once you're logged in as Sean, it's kind of a boring homepage. He doesn't have any tiles on his homepage. So all you'll see is his profile picture. And if you're an old nerd like me, you'll recognize who that is. Right? Scotty from Star Trek, but it's the original Scotty from the 1960s and 70s, who is the chief engineer of the Starship. So best system administrator ever. But it does tell you two things about me, right? One, I'm old because this was my Scotty growing up. And two, I'm a nerd, which surprises nobody. All right. So if you are successfully logged in as Sean Ivan, give me a thumbs up so I can make sure you made it into your tenants. If you're having a problem logging in, let me know. All right. So from his homepage, Sean is going to go to his little hamburger menu in the upper left-hand corner. Sean's going to go to administration and then application setup. And if you're new to Dimensions, anytime you see this little icon on our menus, little square with an arrow pointing out of it, that means when you click on this link, it will open in a new tab. So I'll click application setup. And now I have two tabs open. Application setup and his home tab is still available behind the scenes. So on application setup tab, under integrations, I would like you to go to configure accounts and environments. So application setup, integration setup, configure accounts and environments. And on here, you're going to see two pieces of information. You'll see the name of their Boomi account that is set up out at platform.boomi.com, and you'll see the name of this tenant's environment. So the Boomi account name we use when we create the Boomi account on behalf of the customer. We use a naming convention for the Boomi account name. And it's based on the customer's solution ID and their customer name. I am not a customer. So when the cloud team created a Boomi account for me, they gave me a solution ID of internal-IC-training. And then they gave me a customer name of internal-IC-training. using those two pieces of information, they created this Boomi account for me, right? Looks a little silly, but that's what it is. It's my solution ID and customer name. But this is the name of an account that's out at platform.boomi.com. And this is tied to all 20 of my tenants, right? All the tenants in my solution. Now, each of my 20 tenants, every tenant has its own environment. And that's the environment that you need to know the name of, so that when you're deploying your integrations, you're deploying to the environment that's used by that tenant, right? So when you're working with customers, they're probably just going to have two tenants, prod and non-prod. And you'll probably be able to tell by the names of the environments which one's prod, which one's non-prod. But some customers have multiple non-prod tenants. And so it may not be obvious. I have 20 tenants and they're all non-prod. So it's really not obvious which one is which. So what I need you to do for this part of the lab is I need you to write down the name of your tenant's environment. So my tenant is using IC_non-prod_363. You're not. You're using some other one. And you need to know what that is so that later on you're deploying it to your training tenant, not somebody else's. So the first part of this lab is to write down the name of your tenant's environment. All right. The next part of the lab is to test that SFTP connection information I gave you in your tenant assignment email. Now, Boomi is always working with the internal SFTP account, right? So yes, my tenants have an external SFTP account and an internal SFTP account. I could always use FileZilla or WinSCP to test the external SFTP account, but I can't use FileZilla to test the internal SFTP account. And that's because I'm on the outside of the cloud. So you can't connect to the internal SFTP account from outside the cloud. So how do you test it? Well, you can test it from within the configuration. But I always want to test the connection information. When I'm assigned to work on a project and I get all the customer connection information, I like to test it all up front. That way I don't run into any surprises later on when I'm doing my programming, that I find out then that, oh, the internal SFTP account is not working. I don't know why. I have to open up a support ticket. And, you know, if I'm in the middle of my development, I have to open up a support ticket and wait. Now I get aggravated, right? So normally what I do is, as soon as I'm assigned to a project, I get their connection information and I test it all up front. That way I know it's working for later on when I need to do it in my development, that I've already tested it. So I can test their external SFTP account with WinSCP, but to test their internal SFTP account, I can only do that from within the setup pages. So was there a question? Sorry. Here it is. So within the application setup page, and remember, we're on the second tab, right? The application setup tab. So the menu is going to be the application setup tab menu. And we're way down here under integration setup, configure accounts and environments. Now, some people don't like using this big long list for the menu. And if you want to go back to the home view of this page, right? If I say navigate to home, it doesn't take you back to the home tab. It takes you back to the home view of this page. And this is the page that we saw all the content groups and the links arranged this way. It's the same links, whether it's arranged this way or this way, it's the same links. So whichever way you're comfortable navigating, where I would like us to go next, we're right here under configure accounts and environments. right above configure accounts and environments is connections. Let's go to connections. And there are no connections that come with a tenant. So let's create a connection that I would like you to name UKG space internal. Exactly like that, UKG space internal. The reason why I want you to name it like that is that later on, we're going to be deploying an SFTP connector in Boomi called UKG space internal, and I'm going to need it to match. Right? So this is application setup data that needs to match a deployed process or a deployed connector later on. But I need them to match UKG space internal. And for an SFTP connection, there's 4 pieces of information you need: a host, port, user, and password. And in your tenant assignment email, down at the bottom, that's the last 4 settings. The internal SFTP server is the host. And if you're going to copy and paste from an email, which of course you are, make sure you don't copy and paste any leading or trailing spaces, just the value itself. That's the host. The port for internal connections is always 2222. The port for external connections is always 22. And no, those ports are not changeable. The internal SFTP user. Again, make sure you don't copy and paste any leading or trailing spaces. And the SFTP internal user's password. And that's it. So a connection called UKG space internal, copy and paste these last 4 settings in your email, host, port, user, and password, and save that connection. Right? So now that we have this connection, there is a test button right here, but it won't work. Right? If I select my UKG internal and click on test, it won't work. I'm going to get an error message that says connection does not exist in Integration Designer. And that's true. We haven't yet deployed any connector called UKG internal. When we do later on, this will work. But for right now, it won't work. So if I can't test it this way, how can I test it? Well, the other way of testing it is to go to Manage SFTP, right? So under Application Setup, Integration Setup, we just defined the connection, but we couldn't test it because it hadn't yet been deployed on the Boomi side. But another way of testing it is to go down to Manage SFTP. If we go to Manage SFTP, we can select from the connections dropdown, we can select UKG internal. And this page doesn't use the Boomi connector. It uses the application setup data for the connection. So when I click on connect, it's not doing the Boomi connector. It's just using those 4 settings and opening up that connection. And if that connection opens up successfully, you can see I'm in there. I can see the inbound folder and the outbound folder. If I click on the inbound folder, you can see I have a bunch of files in there, but now I've connected to the internal SFTP account and I'm looking around, right? But now I know it works, right? I didn't get a connection error. It works. So I know that later on when I am in Boomi and I provide that same information for my Boomi connector, I know it will work because I've already tested it. So if your connection opened up successfully, like mine did, give me a thumbs up. If you got an error or you would like to see me do this again, let me know. All right, awesome. Awesome. All right. So we've tested the connection. So I'm very happy with that. So later on when we're in Boomi and we have to provide that same connection information, we have full confidence that it will work. All right. And that's it for this lab, right? So we found the name of our tenant's environment and we wrote that down because we're going to need that for later. And we also tested the SFTP connection information I gave you in your email. So we know that works. And that's it for this lab. So what I would like to do next is to take a 15-minute break. And when we take breaks, I like to put up a timer so that we all know when to be back. So I'll start the timer. I'll pause the recording so you don't have 15 minutes of silence. But I'll see you in 15. All right, for all back from break, give me a thumbs up so I can see who's back. All right. All the cool people are back. Okay. So we are going to move on to the next topic, which is going to get us into the API and also setting up Postman. But before I get into the API, there's a little demonstration that I want to do first, or at least start, and we'll finish it later. But when we're working with the API to get transactions into WFM, you're going to see two different types of APIs. You'll see an API that allows you to bring in one transaction per request document, and then others that allow you to bring in multiple transactions per request document, or multi-APIs. And this is the fact that we have multi-APIs addresses a performance concern that's typically associated with REST APIs. And that has to do with the amount of overhead consumed by document processing. So, for example, when you're working with a REST API, you have a transaction you have to get into the system. You're typically going to put the transaction details into a request document. So build a request document. Then you have to transfer that request document over to the network to your host system. You'll receive that request document. You'll do the transaction in that request document. Then you'll produce a response document that explains how that transaction went into the system. And then you have to transfer that response document back to your application where you can, open up the response document, see how you did, and then create the next request document. And then the conversation happens all over again. All right. So it's the building of the request document, the transferring of the request document, the transferring of a response document, and interpreting a response document. A little bit of that was actually getting the transaction into the system. The rest of that was document processing. And that's a pretty common criticism with REST APIs, is that it tends to have a large amount of document processing overhead associated with it. So because of that, we have multi-APIs that allow us to embed multiple transactions into a single request document to minimize the amount of document processing overhead. If you're not already familiar with it, it helps if you see a demonstration that illustrates the performance difference between a single API versus a multi-API. So I have a demonstration here I want to do, and it uses PowerShell scripts. It's a REST API. You can use any programming language you want. I'm old, so I do everything in PowerShell. And I got some PowerShell scripts that I would typically run before any class that I teach. And it's scripts that are gonna insert punches into my my training tenants, into specific employee time cards. And I need, because I have 20 tenants, any one student can be using any one of those training tenants, but I need everybody to see the same time card data. All right, the same punches, the same exceptions, the same totals. I need all the students to see the same data. So, and also I want those punches to be in the current pay period, but every time I teach the class, current pay period is different. So I have scripts that insert 100 punches, which represent some, will give me the punches I need for this set of employees, this totals, this set of totals, these exceptions. Everybody's got to see the same data. I'm just going to put these 100 punches into all 20 of my tenants. And there's an API for getting those punches into the time card. And if I was using the single API, each of those 100 punches would be done one at a time. So 100 API calls to get those punches into my tenant. I have 20 tenants, so we're talking about 2,000 API calls. What will that performance look like? Well, oops. Right. So I have two PowerShell scripts that insert punches. One uses a single API, the other one uses a multi-API. Let me show you the single API first. Insert punches. And I need the start date of the current pay period, which was Sunday the 18th. So 2024-02-18. Right. And all dates in the API must be in year-month-day format. It doesn't matter what they look like to you in the user interface, because what you see in the user interface is driven by your display profile, but the API doesn't have a display profile. So all dates must be year-month-day. So that was the start of the pay period. Click OK. So now it's connecting to my first training tenant, IC Train 21. Got it, an access token, and now it's inserting punches. And this will pick up. Just give it a few seconds here. It'll start going faster. There we go. And each one of these lines going through is a punch getting put into the system, but it's that entire conversation. I built a request document, I posted the request document, I got a response document back, and then I could do the next request document, right? So each one of these lines you see here is that entire conversation. And it seems to be moving along pretty quickly, right? All right, so the first tenant is done. Now it's going to do those same 100 for the next tenant, which is IC Train 22. It's going to, I'm not going to sit here and make you wait and look at this for 2,000 lines. So we'll come back to this, but you can see that it's moving along at a pretty good rate. Those punches are going in relatively quickly. So we'll come back and give this a few minutes to let it do its thing. But while that's doing its thing, let me talk about Developer Hub. So Developer Hub is where we document all the somewhere between 400 and 500 API operations that make up the public API for WFM. And it's not just WFM that has a REST API. UKG Pro has a REST API, UKG Pro WFM has an API, UKG Ready has a REST API. So in the past, there were 3 different places. So what we did last year is we created a new API documentation tool called Developer Hub, and we brought all 3 REST API products into one developer hub. And we also made it much more developer friendly, which I'll show you later. But in Developer Hub, in the section specifically for WFM, because that's what this course is, there's a documentation section, API specifications, and important notes. The documentation section has all kinds of good documentation from, getting started using our API, information about authentication. There are some recommended practices. There are tutorials. There's information about service limits, which I'll talk about later. So that's just documentation in here. API specifications is where we have all the documentation for those 400 to 500 API operations that we support. So what's the URL for the API? What's the request document going to look like? What's the response document going to look like? What are some common errors, right? That's all documented in the API specifications. The important notes calls out 4 documents that are also in documents, but it calls them out separately. And the reason for this is every time there's a new release of WFM that comes out, you're going to want to see what's new in the API as a developer, right? So what are the new APIs? What are the modified APIs? Are there any deprecated APIs, right? Just to stay abreast of what's going on in the API as new releases come out. And that's why important notes are called out separately, right? This is what you should be looking at when new releases come out. And Developer Hub, there's a link in the user interface called Developer Portal that will now take you to the new Developer Hub. But the new Developer Hub, we made a public website. So you can just bookmark developer.ukg.com. And you should bookmark developer.ukg.com. You're going to be going there a lot. It's just a public website now. Right. And it is a REST API. So, we're building a URL to reference a particular API operation. And the URL, the first part of the URL is going to be your tenant URL /API. And what comes after the /API is going to be specific to some particular API operation. And the API operations are going to include a version, a domain, and then a resource within that domain. So we have a lot of API operations, 400 to 500 of them that we support. But the first part of the URL is always going to be the same. It's your tenant URL /API, but then it's the part after the API that's going to be specific to the particular operation that you're working with. And we're using Boomi for our API tool. And Boomi uses connectors. And connectors have 2 configuration points. They have a connection and an operation. We use this first part of the URL that we refer to as the API gateway. We use this for the connection portion of the URL. And then the operation portion of the URL comes after that. So it'll be V1 Commons persons in this case. Now, we have a lot of integrations that have to make multiple API calls. We have to call the persons API and the schedules API and the assignments API, all in the same integration. Well, they're all going to have the same API gateway, but they're going to have different operations, right? So I'll have an operation for the persons API. I'll have an operation for the schedule API, an operation for the assignments API. So you'll have one connection, but then multiple operations within your integration. So that's why I represent it like this, right? This will be used for the connection. This will be used for the operation. Now, some of our API operations support inline parameters. And if they do, it'll just be a question mark and then a bunch of comma separated parameters. and every parameter is a name value pair. So it'll be, question mark person num equals 1, 2, 3, comma, last name equals Lucier, whatever. Most of our APIs don't have parameters. Most of them will put the details of the transaction in a JSON request document, and then we just post the request document. But our API does all your typical transaction processing things like create, read, update, and delete type transactions. But then I've started mentioning that we also have multi-APIs that give us better performance when it comes to batch operations. So typically, if you have an integration that's reading a source file, a batch of transactions coming in, the multi-APIs are going to give you the best performance for getting those transactions into the system, because they can do multiple transactions in fewer request documents. It minimizes that document processing overhead and gives us better performance. The method for the operation is going to vary. Anytime there's a request document, you have to post that request document to the API. So the method's going to be post. That's literally what post means. But there's not always a request document. So it could be a get, could be a delete, or a put. The Developer Hub documentation will tell you for each API operation what the method should be and what the request should look like. And we also have to be prepared for response codes. And we use your standard HTTP application status code. So if you post a document to the API and that document is entirely successful, you will get back an application status code of 200, indicating success. And you will also get back a response document with that has the details for how those transactions went in. But I can test the application status code. If it's equal to 200, then I know that it was successful. Right? If you posted the transactions to the API and all the transactions in that request document failed, then it's a bad request, and you'll get back an application status code of 400, bad request. But the response document that comes back with it will have the details about why it was a bad request. But again, I can just test the application status code. If it's equal to 400, then I know it was bad. Now, if you're using a multi-API, it's possible that some of them worked, some of them didn't work. In which case you would get back a 207, partial success. But again, in the response document that comes back, it would have the details. Here are the ones that worked, here's the ones that didn't work, and here's why they didn't work. But I could just test the application status code to route my logic about, what do you want to do if you get a 200, 207, or 400. And app keys. App keys were yes, I'm using that past tense. App keys were the third key that we needed for an external API connection. We needed the client ID and the client secret, which we still need to know, and the app key was the third key. And we could manage the app key right through application setup. But in this new release of WFM that's being rolled out, it is being discontinued. So you don't need it anymore. We're changing we're moving in a new direction for the REST API, where app keys will no longer be required, no longer needed. You still need to know the client ID and the client secret, but you won't need app keys anymore. So this is the version of WFM that's rolling out right now for our customers. My training tenants have already been updated. The customers are being updated this month and next month. So your customer tenants right now may or may not have app keys required for them. Once this release goes out to all customers, you will not need app keys anymore. So by the end of next month, you shouldn't need app keys anymore for any of your customers. All right, so my little script that was running in the background should have finished by now. And it did. And it ran in 8 minutes, right? So again, it was inserting one punch at a time, one punch per request document, posting that request document, getting a response back, and then building the next one, waiting for the response to come back. It took 8 minutes to do 2,000 punches. And if you ran a punch import and that had to import 2,000 punches and it ran in 8 minutes, would you complain? Maybe, maybe not, depending on what your tolerance is for performance. I will tell you, knowing what a punch is, it's a very tiny, tiny little transaction. We're talking about microseconds, not seconds. So the fact that it took 8 minutes to do 2,000 punches is horrible. Absolutely horrible performance, and we can do better. So that's where the multi APIs come in. So if I do the other script, insert punches multi, this will do the same amount of work, 2,000 punches across all 20 of my tenants. So, but it'll put all 100 of the punches for the tenant into a single request document. And post that, and all 100 transactions will go in a single post. So instead of having to post 100 documents, it's only going to have to post one. It's going to be a much bigger document, but it's only going to have to post one and get one response back. So yes, it is going to be a bigger document. Yes, it is going to be heavier hit on the application servers because 100 punches are going to arrive at the same time. And I'm going to have to build a response document for all 100 punches before I can send it back. So the response time is going to be different. Let's see what it is. So again, I need the start of the pay period, which was 2024-02-18. And again, same amount of work, 2,000 punches. So it's connecting to the first tenant, gets an access token, it does 100 punches. I'm not even going to be able to say this fast enough. This is how fast it's going, right? Each one of these is 100 punches going into a tenant. Get an access token, send all 100 in a single request. Get an access token, send all 100 in a single request, right? And that's it. It's done. It did the same amount of work. It did 2,000 punches in 22 seconds, as opposed to 2,000 punches in 8 minutes. And the only difference was document processing overhead, right? And, the API work was the exact same, but the document processing overhead. If you can minimize that, it gives you significantly better performance. So when we are working with integrations, yeah, we're going to be doing batch type integration, right? We're reading a source file of many transactions to come in. We should be using multi APIs. You'll see both in developer portal, the single APIs and the multi APIs, but for integrations, we should specifically be looking for the multi APIs because they give us significantly better performance. And yeah, I've seen this happen. I've seen somebody use a single API for an integration, and they were complaining that their integration was running for 6 hours. And we just changed it to use a multi API. And the performance went from 6 hours down to 15 minutes, which was dramatic improvement in performance, but it's all because they were using the wrong API. Yeah, this is no joke performance-wise. Yes, there is a significant overhead associated with REST APIs, but we have a way to minimize that overhead using multi-APIs. So please make sure you're using multi-APIs. That's why I do this demonstration. I can talk about the processing overhead, but you really need to see it to appreciate it. It is significant. All right, so That's going to get us into our second lab. Where we are going to set up Postman. And again, that zip file I gave you earlier that you unzipped. And Abigail, you weren't here when I gave out the files. So I'm going to put in the chat to Abigail the files I gave everybody else earlier. So participant files.zip and a Word document, which is our course book. Oh, hang on, I have to close it. Now that it's closed, I can copy it. All right, so that zip file, I need you to download to your local computer and unzip it because we're going to need that for this lab that we're about to start. And I closed the course book. Hang on. Get my act back together here. So this lab is going to be the lab at the end of lesson 2, which talks about the API. And this is the stuff I was talking about earlier, but in a bit more detail. So the book actually has all of the error codes, the application status codes that we use. I just pointed out 200, 207, and 400, but there are others. All right, so this lesson lab starts on page 15, and it's going to start off by getting us into Postman and importing those configuration files. So wherever you installed Postman, let's go ahead and start up Postman. Now, in my Postman, I don't have anything configured. I don't have any environments, and I don't have any collections. Now, in Postman, you can do other things like APIs and mock servers and monitors and flows. So you may have some other tabs open here, right? I just turned off those other tabs. So all we're going to be using is collections and environments. So that's why you're only seeing those 2 tabs here, because I turned up the other ones off. But those are the only 2 features of Postman we're going to be using, environments and collections. An environment is just a list of variables that we can assign values to. And a collection is basically just folders that we can organize all of our requests in. And that's it. Those are the only 2 parts of Postman we're going to use. So you should have a default workspace in Postman. It's called My Workspace. So that's the open workspace that you have by default. That's all we need. So if you have Postman open and you're in your default My Workspace, can you give me a thumbs up? All right. So I gave you in your participant files, which you unzipped somewhere, I gave you 2 Postman configuration files, an environment and a collection. They're both called Integration Workshop, but we have a Postman environment and a Postman collection. We're going to start by importing the Postman environment. And this import will only work if it's unzipped, right? You can't drag and drop from a zipped file, which is what the import is. So this integration workshop Postman environment.json, I'm going to drag the environment file into Postman and drop it there. And just like that, now on your environments tab, you've got integration workshop. If you select it, you'll see there are 7 variables that came with this collection. Now, when we configure these variables, and variables, by the way, are case sensitive, you'll notice that they're all lowercase. And if they're multiple words, then I put an underscore because you can't have spaces in a variable. When you're working with variables, you can have an initial value and a current value associated for that variable. Anytime you reference a variable in your programming, it will always return the current value. The initial value is just there if you're going to do some programming where you want to compare the current value to the initial value, but we're not going to do anything like that. So knowing that it will always return the current value, we want to put everything in the current value. Ashwin is saying in the participant files, I can only see a PDF called Groovy Scripting. Did I screw up the zip file? No, it's in there.
I got all the files.
Oh. So in the zip file, there is participant files, and in participant files, you should see another folder called source files, the PDF, and then 2 JSON files. I gave everybody the same zip file. So you may want to try re-extracting it again. Or maybe deleting the zip file you got and re-downloading it from the Zoom chat. Okay, excellent. So she downloaded them again, and now she sees them. Thank goodness. All right. So again, drag and drop the Postman environment into Postman. And now on your environments tab, you should see integration workshop. And what we need to do is we need to set up the current values for these variables. And these are going to come from your tenant assignment email that we were using earlier. So the current value for the URL is going to be your tenant URL, which is going to be https://ic-train-20 or 30 something .cfn.mychronos.com. But make sure that's the current value. We're not using the initial value column. We're only using current value. And again, when you copy and paste from an email, make sure you don't copy and paste any leading or trailing spaces. You just want the value itself. The access token and refresh token, we don't have any tokens yet, but once we do, this will give us a place where we can put them. So we'll come back to these. The username is going to be a user that has the function and data access rights to do what you need to be able to do in the API. And we're going to be using Sean Ivan for that. And Sean Ivan's username is Sean Ivan. One word, capital S, capital I, Sean Ivan. And Sean Ivan's password is also going to come from your tenant assignment email. Right? It's going to be Falcon _ some short word _ some 2-digit number. The client ID comes from your tenant assignment email. And the client secret comes from your tenant assignment email. Right. So from your tenant assignment email, we got the URL, we got Sean Ivan's username, we got Sean Ivan's password, we got the client ID, and we got the client secret. And I double checked to make sure I didn't have any leading or trailing spaces. Now, right above the current value list is the save button. So let's click save to save the integration workshop environment. And right above the save button is a drop-down box for the environment selector, which right now says no environment. But let's use that drop-down box to select our newly created integration workshop environment. So that now it says integration workshop here. And also a little check mark just appeared next to the integration workshop, indicating that this is the active environment. All right, so this drop-down box up here sets the active environment. And anytime you reference a variable in your programming, Postman is going to go to the active environment, find the variable, and return the current value of that variable. So very important that we make sure we're pointing to the right environment. Now that we have the environment, the other file I gave you in your participant files is the integration workshop Postman collection. Let's do the same thing. Let's drag that collection into Postman and drop it there. And now on the collections tab, we have an integration workshop. I can click this little greater than symbol to expand it, and you'll see all the requests in that collection. Right? And this, by the way, is how we share requests with other developers, right? We'll develop some requests, and what we'll do is we'll take our collection and we will export it, and it will create that JSON file that I gave you. I can give that to another developer and they can import it into their Postman. So this is how we share requests among developers. We just export our folders and our collections and give them to other developers. All right. So does anybody want to see one of those two imports again? All right. So the very first request in your integration workshop collection I would like you to open up is the get an access token. It's a post to get an access token. And if you open that up, you'll see that the method is set to post. And it's going to do a post to this URL. And the very beginning of that URL is this double curly bracket URL double curly bracket. Well, the double curly bracket are Postman variables. So this is a Postman variable called URL. And Postman is going to look in the active environment to find a URL variable. And if it finds it, it's going to return its current value. So if I mouse over this URL variable, you can see that the current value that it's going to return is https://ic-train-21.cfn.mychronos.com. And then it will pick up from there after that with /API/authentication/access_token. Now, if I didn't select the right environment, then it wouldn't know where to get the value for URL. So I can't find URL anywhere. Well, it's unresolved because I don't have an environment selected. So very important that we have our integration workshop selected so that it can find the URL variable and substitute it. Now, this request has one header. And I know that mine says that there are 9 headers. And that's because, and you may even have 10, depending on, if you're using a newer version of Postman than me. And the reason why the number is different is because Postman can work with something called hidden headers, and we don't use hidden headers. So the one that you see is the one that we use. It's a header called content-type. And if I was using an app key, there would be a second header here called app key, but we don't need app keys anymore. Right? So content-type is being set to application/x-www-form-URL encoded, which basically means the body of this request is going to be form data. And that's it. That's the only header we need for this request. The body of this request, which I just said was going to be form data, has got 5 keys defined here. We have a key for username, which is being set to Sean Ivan through the username variable. And you can see that that is getting resolved correctly. The key for password is being set to Sean Ivan's password, and I can see that that is resolving successfully. I can see client ID is getting picked up correctly. I can see the client secret is getting picked up correctly, and the grant type is just being set to the static value password. All right. So you will never have to edit this request, because the only thing that would be different, if you're pointing to a different tenant, the only thing that would be different has been variabilized. So you will never have to edit this request. All you have to do is point to the right environment and click on the big blue send button. And when you click on the big blue send button, down below, you'll get the response. And you should see 2 things. The first thing is the status. This is the application status code. And I got a 200, which means success. And I also got back a JSON response document. Right? So you got back 2 things, application status code and a response document. And in my response document, it's giving me an object for access_token, refresh_token, scope, ID token, token type, and expires and it expires in 1800 seconds, which is 30 minutes. So if I don't use this access token again, then 30 minutes from now, it will time out and it will no longer be good. But every time I do use this access token in the header of our request, then it resets that counter to a fresh 30 minutes. So as long as you are actively using access tokens, it keeps itself alive because it keeps resetting this counter to a fresh 30 minutes every time you use it. It's when you stop using it that 30 minutes from the last request, it will time out because you're not using it anymore. Right? So access tokens stay alive as long as you're actively using them. Now, we need that access token for all of our subsequent requests. So if you remember, in your environment, I gave you an access token and a refresh token environment variable, but I told you to leave them blank. Now that we have them, they belong in those variables. But if you look in those variables, they're already there, right? And you say to yourself, okay, Rick, how did you do that? Well, in your request to get an access token, there is a test tab. And on the test tab is a little piece of Java. And the test tab gets executed every time you send this request in. Right? And on the test tab, you can see that response body that comes back. That's a JSON document. And I'm using the API of Postman to do a postman.set environment variable for access token. And there's an environment variable called access token from this JSON data that came back. And then set the environment variable for refresh token from this, which means every time you send this request, you're going to get yourself a fresh access token. No matter how many times you send it, you get a fresh access token. And every time you get one, that is going to get stored into the environment variable as your current access token. So you never have to edit, get an access token. Just point to the right environment, send it, and it will populate the access token variable for you. So is there anybody who did not get a 200 when they sent in the request? Juan, you did not get a 200. What did you get?
Yes, I got an error, but I think I might have missed one step or two because I have some errors with the import.
All right. Do you want to share your screen so I can see what you have, what you don't have?
Sure.
All right.
Can you see the screen now? I have yes in the environment. I just feel that because I have some errors with the imports, but now I could fix it doing it from this. I couldn't drag the files.
Yep, it looks good. All right. So now let's go back over to that post get an access token, which is already open. I can see the tab for it. Yep.
Yes.
Go to the headers tab. And the only header you see is content type. Go to the body tab. And if you mouse over the username field, the username variable, you can see that Sean Ivan's getting picked up. So all this looks good. So click on the big blue send button. Aha. So down below, it says could not get a response. SSL error, unable to get the local issuer certificate. And they're recommending that you disable SSL verification. So click on disable SSL verification. And now try it. All right, now it works. Yeah,
Yes,
so your
thank you.
Postman doesn't like our SSL.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right, you're welcome. And I will take the screen back.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. All right, anybody else? Excellent. All right, so now that we have an access token, the next request I would like you to open up is retrieve hyperfinds. And retrieve hyperfinds, the method is get. It's not a post. If it was a post, you would need a request body to post, but it's just a get, which means you don't need a request body. So it's a get to v1 comments hyperfind. And if you remember earlier, I said that all of our API URLs are going to start with your tenant URL /API. It's the part afterwards that is going to be operation specific. And when we are talking about our APIs, we always assume you know what your API gateway is going to be. It's your tenant URL /API. So when we're talking about our APIs, we're typically just talking about the operation portion of it. And we just read off the operation portion of it. So we would describe this as the v1 Commons hyperfind API. right? Those are the components of the operation portion of it. So this is the V1 Commons Hyperfind API. And this API request has got two headers in it. This time, content-type is being set to application/JSON. And the other header that we now have is authorization. And for the authorization, we're going to use the access token that we just generated. Now, authorization does two things for us in our API. It's proof that we've already authenticated ourselves to the system, right? So we don't have to send our credentials every time we send in a request. We've already done that. And we have our access token to prove that. And the other thing authorization does for us is that it will inherit the function and data access rights of the user that generated that access token. And since it was Sean Ivan who generated that access token, then any request I send in using a Sean Ivan access token, it will execute that API request as Sean Ivan. It will inherit his function and data access rights. And if Sean doesn't have the function and data access rights needed to do what this API request needs to do, then it's not going to work. So we want to make sure that we're using somebody with the appropriate function and data access rights. Otherwise, the request isn't going to work. But that's what authorization does. It's proof that we've already authenticated, and it inherits function and data access rights. Right. And there's no body because it's a GET. So nothing we have to do here, just send it. And a GET to V1 Commons hyperfind will get back an application status code of 200, meaning that it was successful. And then we'll also get back a JSON response document. And in the JSON response document will be this array called hyperfind queries. And for every hyperfind query in my database, it's going to give me the ID, name, description, visibility, usage type, and persistent ID of that hyperfind. IDs are the database IDs, which don't show up anywhere in the user interface. So database IDs, you're not going to know what they are. What does show up in the database, what does show up in the user interface is the name of the hyperfind, right? Which is what we would refer to as the external key for the hyperfind. Every hyperfind has to have a unique name. And that's the name that you see in the user interface. So we refer to it as the external key versus the internal key. IDs are internal keys, and whatever the unique thing is, in this case, the name of the hyperfind, that would be the external key. But this is every hyperfind in my database. And there's a lot of other APIs like this, right? So this is just get me a list of every hyperfind in my database. But there's other APIs like this for other setup data. Get me a list of every pay code in timekeeping. Get me a list of every accrual code in timekeeping. Get me a list of every pay rule. There's lots of other gets for setup data. This is just an example of one of them. Right? And obviously it would return whatever data is appropriate for whatever setup data it is you're returning. So that's all this API does. And these come in handy for us, especially for integrations, because sometimes, like if you're doing a pay code edit import, you may want to validate to make sure that the pay code coming in is a pay code that actually exists in the database. So you might want to get a list of all the pay codes in the database so that you can validate what's coming in against that list. And if there's something coming in that's not in the list, you can disqualify it. Rather than getting an error later on, you can just disqualify it now. But you would need to get the list of all the pay codes in the database. Now, for those of you who are new to Dimensions or new to WFM, if you don't know what a hyperfind is, let's not assume too much. A hyperfind is used to return a list of employees that meet certain conditions. And that list of employees can be used in a report, can be used in a data view. So if I bring up a data view for my employee basic summary, these are the columns I want, but for which employees? Well, that's what a hyperfind does. It tells me what list of employees. And I have a drop-down box of all the hyperfinds in my database. But also associated with the hyperfind would also be a time frame. And a time frame can be an explicit start date and end date, or it can be a symbolic period. And symbolic period is a dynamic range of dates, which is calculated by the system. And they move over time. So like current pay period, next pay period, previous pay period, those are symbolic periods. And they roll over time. So at some point, the current pay period ends and it becomes the previous pay period, and the next pay period becomes the current pay period, and so on. The system calculates all that on an ongoing basis. But those symbolic periods, we need a date range and a hyperfind, and that will return the list of employees. But that's what I'm talking about, a hyperfind, right? It's a list of conditions for a given date range. Select the employees that meet these conditions for this given date range. That's a hyperfind. Now, what if I wanted to execute a hyperfind in an integration? Well, I would need an API for that. And there is an API for that. And yes, I did give you the execute hyperfind API call. But before I look at that, I want to show you Developer Hub. You don't have to do this. I just want to show you Developer Hub, going off on a little tangent here. But in Developer Hub, which is just developer.ukg.com, I want to go into Pro Workforce Management, right? Not Pro, not Ready, but Pro Workforce Management. And when you go into Pro Workforce Management, you're landed here on the API Specifications tab. And we have, again, somewhere between 400 and 500 API operations. But we organize them by what we call domains that make them easier to find and to work with. And some of these domains have, subdomains. I don't know what you call these. Right, further categories underneath them. But where you see these bullets here, or whatever you call these things, these methods being called out here, these are the actual API operations. This is just a category name, if you will. So like active team members has one API operation associated with it. Activity has, a number of API operations associated with that. But there's like, oops, I didn't mean to do that. There's activities. If I scroll down, there's attendance domain, common resources, 1 and 2. There's employee self-service domain, forecasting setup data, forecasting, healthcare productivity, HCM, leave, right? People, person assignments. These are all help us organize all these operations. And if you know where your API operation is that you're looking for, you can just click on it. If you don't know, they give you a jump to up top, which is what I use all the time. Because I don't like having to scroll through this big long list to find what I want. I always just use the jump to, which gives me a list of all 400 plus operations, but I can just filter the list by what it is I'm looking for. So if I want to execute a hyperfind, I could just type in execute hyperfind, and it narrows the list down to a single API operation, right? Or if I wanted to work with punches, if I just type in punch, it narrows it down to 4 operations, right? But again, I'm looking to execute the hyperfind. So it narrows it down. So I'll click on execute hyperfind query, and it brings me to the API documentation for that. And it's telling me that to execute a hyperfind query, it needs to be a post to v1 comments hyperfind execute. Again, I assume you know what your API gateway is going to be. So this is just going to do a post to v1 comments hyperfind execute. And it's a post. So there needs to be a request body put together. Now, what objects can you have in the request body? This is where it helps. If you know how to do something in the user interface, I just have to look for those same objects in the API. Now, you may see some other things in the API, but I know that if I just do what I do in the user interface, it'll work. And all I needed in the user interface was a date range and to specify my API. But if I look at this request document, I do have a date range here, a date range object that I can use. If I add a date range object, I can use an end date, start date, and a symbolic period or a symbolic period. So if you want to use an explicit start date and end date, you can do that. If you want to use a symbolic period, you can do that. It's telling you if you want to do a start date and end date, that your dates have to be in ISO local date format, year-month-day. So and they give you where you can type in some sample data here. So if I use today, which is 2024-02-20 as both my start date and end date, you'll see what's happening over here on the right-hand side. It's starting to build out a sample request based on my sample data. And you're seeing the curl request for it because the default language is shell. But if you weren't using shell, maybe you were using JS Node, then this is what the request would look like with my sample data embedded in it. Or if you're using Python, here's the Python code for my request with my sample data embedded in the payload. Or if you're using C++ or Java, here's the sample Java code. Or if you just want to see the JSON, here's the JSON without any programming code. So this is a developer's hub for making it easier to program with our API. So we can give you the code for our API request that you can copy and paste into your developer tool. And since we're using Postman, we're only interested in the JSON request document. So if I just highlight that, you can see it's showing me just the JSON. But I also know that I'm going to need to specify the hyperfind as well. So let's continue on. So I did the date range. I've got this enable pagination, which I don't need to do. Hyperfind, I do need to specify the hyperfind, and I can use its ID, which is the internal database ID, or the qualifier, which is this external key. IDs are internal IDs, qualifiers are external keys. Qualifiers can be different for different things. So like for a person is going to have a database ID, but it's also going to have the person number that you imported from HR. So that person number would be their external key. The person number would be the qualifier of person. For a hyperfind, the qualifier would be the name of the hyperfind, the thing that needs to be unique that you can see in the user interface. So I know I can put in for the qualifier all home, because that's the name of that hyperfind that I want to execute. And I know that when I did this in the user interface, that's all I needed was a date range and my hyperfind. The rest of the stuff here that you see here is optional stuff. Include terminated and range for locations is employee. So maybe you don't want manager only type people. Locations, if this is an ad hoc query. Page tokens, if you were doing pagination, which we're not. A list of persons. I don't know why you would do that, because that's what hyperfinds return. And threshold and validate access for private hyperfinds. I don't need any of that stuff, because all I'm looking to do is just exactly what I did in the user interface. All home for this date range. That's it. Now, I know we're not doing a good job of indicating which ones are required, which ones are optional. We will. We're not there yet. If I look at some of the newer activity ones, I don't think it's create activity. That's an older one. Hang on. Oh man, I can't find one of the new ones. Okay, here we go. So the direction that we are going to be moving in, we're not there yet, is we will start calling out which objects are required. And you'll see this little red required. We're starting to do that for all the new APIs, but for the older APIs, we need to backfill which objects are required. So we will be adding in the required tag for these objects. I would use the developer hub to build a sample request document. I would find out the name of the URL I want. I could copy and paste that over to a new request in Postman, right? Set up the API, v1 comments hyperfind execute, just like I saw in developer hub. The headers are always going to be the same. Content type is application/JSON. The authorization is going to be your access token. And the body is what I would copy and paste from Developer Hub. Now, in my example, I'm not using a start date and end date. I'm using a symbolic period of current pay period with all home. If I send that, I get back 509 people and 2 result sets. And if I go back to Developer Hub, of course I got off of it. In Developer Hub, it says a 200 response document is going to have a count of how many people were returned. If you're using pagination, it would have, for every page to return, current and next read tokens. And I'm going to get back 2 result sets. One called base persons, which for each of the people returned is going to tell me their display name, full name, person ID, and person number. And then another result set called refs, which for each of these people is going to give me their ID and qualifier. So if I look at what came back in Postman, that count is 509. I got back two result sets, one called refs, which for each of these 509 people, it's giving me their ID and their qualifier. And then like 2,000 lines later is a second result set called base persons, which for each of these 509 people, it's giving me their person ID, person number, full name, and display name. Right. So if I was doing a Boomi integration, I could just execute the hyperfind, and in this 200 response document that came back, I could just map out the person number object and just cache me a big list of person numbers that got returned by this. And I can use that list of person numbers for my integration, which is a very common thing for us to do in export integrations. It starts off by executing a hyperfind to return the list of employees. And this is the response document that comes back that we take out the list of person numbers we want to work with. All right. So I just wanted to show you the developer hub. The whole point of this lab was to make sure that your Postman was configured successfully, and it is. So I went off on a tangent about developer hub. So sorry about that. All right. So any questions on Postman? That concludes this lab. All right. Then that is going to run us up against lunchtime. And I know it sounds weird depending on where you're coming from, but we are going to take a 1 hour meal break, lunch break. So again, I'm going to put up a timer, but this time for an hour. And let's make sure we're back all at the same time so we can jump into the next module. So I'll pause the recording, start the timer, and I'll see you in an hour. All right, if everybody's back from break, can you give me a thumbs up? All right. All right, we are going to move on to the next lesson, which is going to get us into integrations. So I know you've all been through the Boomi training, Boomi professional developer training. So you know what all these components are. But the way we use these components, there are recommended practices that come along with them. And some of these recommended practices come from Boomi. Some of these recommended practices come from UKG. So I want to talk about both. So for example, when you're working with processes, you should name sub-processes with an underscore. That's a Boomi convention that we also adhere to. And when it comes to the main process names, the main process shouldn't start with an underscore, but the main process name does need to be short, descriptive, and unique. And I would also add to that, no spaces. You can't have spaces in a main process name. So main process names, short, descriptive, unique. Sub-processes start with an underscore. And we only deploy the main process. And this is a recommendation from both Boomi and UKG. When you deploy a process, there's a component called the package builder that's going to evaluate all the components referenced in your process all the way down through all of its sub-processes. And it's going to make sure that a copy of that component is put into the package that it builds. That way, when you deploy that package to an environment and the integration runs on an atom, the atom will have access to all the components it needs in that package. Now, if you were to just deploy a sub-process, it would build another package of just that sub-process and everything underneath it of all of those updated components. So now you would have two packages out there with the same or similar code in it. The original package that you built for the main process that included everything all the way down. And then if you edited a sub-process, that edited sub-process would be in another package. And what was in the original package was the original version of that component at the time you built that package. So now you've got one package with an outdated component and another package that doesn't have everything because you only deployed a sub-process. It gets messy. So just don't do that. If you have to edit a sub-process, that's fine, edit the sub-process, but then go back to the main process and redeploy the main process. That way, the package that gets built from the main process has everything it needs all the way down through. So you should only deploy main processes. Process properties. We use a pretty good number of process properties. And, you know, Boomi would have allowed us to put all of our process properties into a single process property component, but it makes for a really long list. So instead, what we do is we created multiple process property components so that we can organize them functionally. So here's all the process properties for authentication. Here's all the process properties for SFTP. Here's all the process properties for the run summary totals. Here's all the process properties that control the business logic. You know, we have multiple process property components because that allows us to have shorter lists of related process properties to work with. It doesn't make any difference performance-wise, but it does make our lives easier as developers. So you'll see us doing that. Now, another thing about process properties is that you can extend a process property. And if you extend a process property, you can set the value for that process property at the environment level. So the process property component itself can have a default value, but then I can put a value for that in extensions. And if you put in an extension value, that will override whatever is the default value, right? That's the behavior of Boomi. But when you extend a process property, it now becomes visible to WFM because we can't see down inside that package. We can only see what you extend. So if you extend a process property, now we can see that. And if we can see that, then we can take advantage of that in the user interface. So for example, how about we prompt a user at runtime to provide a value for that process property? All right, so I could have a default effective date programmed at the component. I could have an extended process property for effective date, put the date in there, or I could prompt the user for the effective date if I use that as a parameter. So again, extended components we can take advantage of typically through the user interface. And process properties, extended process properties, can be used as parameters. Connectors, right? There are a lot of connectors that come with Boomi, but really these are the four that you're going to see all the time. The first one is a web service connector, and we use that as our start shape for all the integrations that are designed to get kicked off by WFM. We use a web service start shape. The reason why we use a web service start shape is because there is some information created by WFM that needs to get sent down into our programming so our programming can pick that up and use that during the execution. Things like this particular integration's execution ID, maybe an app key, maybe a cookie information, which would be needed for authentication. There's some information created by WFM that our programming needs to pick up. So a web service allows us to use a listener operation where we can receive that file coming in from WFM into Boomi. And that's why we use the web service start shape, is so that we can use the listener operation to pull that information in. The SFTP connector that we use is just the generic SFTP connector that comes with Boomi. Nothing special about that. There is a generic HTTP connector that comes with Boomi, but we have engineered our own dimension-specific HTTP connector. And why did we engineer our own? Because we wanted it tuned for performance, specifically for our API. It also includes transaction assistant logic built into our connector that the generic HTTP connector doesn't have. And the transaction assistant logic can detect if a transaction gets rejected by the business logic. It can automatically submit that failed transaction to the transaction assistant for you, so that you don't have to do any programming for the transaction assistant. Just tell the connector, look for this, and if you see this condition, then just send it into the transaction assistant for me, which makes that a lot easier for us. Also, our connector handles 429-minute limits, and 429 is an error application status code that has to do with throttling. And throttling on an API is where we can protect ourselves against, and I'm talking about WFM, protect ourselves against having so many little transactions arriving in a short period of time that it causes a CPU and memory spike on the servers behind the scenes and can cause bad performance. So we have to protect ourselves by throttling how many transactions are allowed within a small period of time. And that small period of time is 1 minute. So if you're sending in too many little transactions or too many posts, then they'll start getting rejected. And you'll get back a 429 error that you violated that service limit, that throttle. And that could be an integration killer if it's not handled. And the generic HTTP connector doesn't handle it, but our connector does handle it. And if our connector detects that it's getting a 429-minute limit violation, then it will pause for 15 seconds and then try again, right? And if you've crossed over into the new minute, then it'll just pick up from where it left off and you will never see the error. If you haven't crossed over into the new minute, it'll just wait another 15 seconds and then try again. And it'll just keep doing that. At some point, you will cross over into the new minute and it'll just pick up from where it left off, but you will never see a 429 error. Our connector handled it for you. So there are real advantages to why we only use our own HTTP connector. And we're not the only ones that do this. When you look at the connectors that come with Boomi, there are a lot of other application-specific connectors out there because Boomi is partners with a lot of other application vendors. And we all do the same thing. We create connectors that have been tuned or have real advantages specifically for our application. And we're just another one of them. Now, we've also engineered another connector called a logging connector. And the logging connector, all it does is just take a copy of the document that's in the flow and make it available in process reporting. That's all it does. But it's really handy for logging, for troubleshooting. So for example, our HTTP connector will automatically log a copy of the response document in process reporting. But wouldn't it also be nice if we could also log a copy of the request document that went in? That way in process reporting, I can see both documents, what went in and what came out. So you'll see us, after we build a request document, we'll use a logging connector to log a copy of it, knowing that the response document will get logged by the HTTP connector. but you can put a login connector anywhere in the flow you want to. And really that's it. These are the four connectors that you're going to find in all of our templates. Cross-reference tables. We love them. We use them a lot. In fact, we use them in some pretty creative ways. And cross-reference tables can contain some sample mapping. I'm not a fan of that personally. I don't like putting data in the cross-reference table component itself. I prefer to extend a cross-reference table and put the values in extensions for a couple of reasons. One, if you extend a cross-reference table, it's visible to WFM, and I can give you a page in the WFM user interface where the users can edit that extended cross-reference table. But the other reason why I don't like doing it is that if you embed the data within the programming component itself, all you're really doing is bloating the size of your code by embedding data in it. And the package that you have to deploy is bigger because now you've got data inside with your programming components. And it's just generally not a recommended practice. The recommended practice, and this goes for Boomi as well as UKG, is that you should extend cross-reference tables and put the values in extensions. Document caches. So cache is a way of looking up data out of the system at runtime and building what is essentially a temporary file that you can use as either a dynamic cross-reference table or a validation list, or however we want to use it. But it's not something it's not a data file that's pre-built. It's something that gets built at runtime. Look up the data you need, cache it, and then at the end of the integration run, you can just flush it away. Right? As far as Boomi is concerned, cache is cache. It's typically just a flat file that gets written into memory and then flushed away at the end. But programmatically speaking, there's two types of data that you would cache. There's data that is independent of your source data or dependent on your source data. So for example, independent of your source data, which is referred to, by the way, as non-dynamic cache. But independent of your source data, give me a list of all the pay codes in the system. It doesn't matter which employees are in my source file. Just give me all the pay codes in the system. Whereas if it was dependent on your source data, give me a list of the managers of all of these people in my source file. I don't want everybody in the database, just the people in my source file. Look up who their manager is, or look up what their assigned payroll is. And if it's dependent on source data, it's referred to as dynamic cache. But as far as Boomi is concerned, it's just a flat file that's getting written into memory. The only reason why I point out the difference between dynamic and non-dynamic is that in our templates and in our framework, you're going to see two placeholders for building cache. One placeholder before you read the source file, and then another one after you read the source file. But this is why. You're either looking up data that is independent of your source data when you haven't even read the source data yet, or you're looking up data that is dependent on your source data after you read the source data. But cache is cache. Profiles. Well, if you're reading or putting files out on SFTP, chances are it's going to be a flat file. Any caches you need to build, chances are it's going to be a flat file. We use a staging file approach for doing data transformations, which I'll talk about later, which is just another flat file. Our REST API uses JSON request documents and gives you back JSON response documents. So you'll need profiles to describe those documents. And that file that comes in from WFM through the web service listener, that's an XML file. And there's an XML profile that describes that file. And really, that's it. There's lots of other types of profiles you can create, but really, these are the only ones that you're going to be seeing in our integrations. Maps. Maps are great for doing data transformations. Maps are great for building documents. Maps are great for parsing data out of documents. And in those maps, you can have map functions. And there's a lot of Boomi functions that come with Boomi that you can use any of those. Plus, you can make up your own using scripting. And Boomi supports both Groovy and Java for scripting, but we have found that Groovy consistently gives us better performance over Java. So we have just made the team decision that if we need scripting, that we're going to use Groovy for scripting. That way it's consistent across all of our templates and frameworks. Now, having said that, we can't assume that our own integration consultants actually have Groovy programming skills. That shouldn't be required. So we have to be careful how we use Groovy. So we won't use Groovy unless we have to. And if we have to, then it's either going to be some script that we wrote that never has to be edited. It just works as is. Or it's going to be a very simple script. And by very simple, I mean like it just does an if then else, and that's it. Where you don't need a whole lot of programming skills to edit an if then else statement. So, you know, again, if we can do what we need to do in a Boomi function, we'd rather do it that way. Or if we do need a script, it's either going to be something you don't have to edit or something very simple. So for example, here's a very common map function that you might see. And this map function is using evaluating a process property, which has the integration consultant is setting an option. Do you want to output standard hours and standard quantity, or don't you? Right? So it's either true or false. So we're reading this process property and we're bringing in the standard hours and standard quantity. And the script is just an if then else, right? If the enable flag is set to true, then what I want to output is the standard hours and standard quantity that came in. Else, if it's not true, then I want to output nulls as the standard quantity and standard hours. And that's it, right? You may not even ever have to edit this because it just does what it needs to do. It's evaluating a process property and making a decision of how to set a field. But this is an example of a Groovy script that you might have to edit. Just an if then else. Here's another example. Effective dated fields in WFM. There's a lot of data effective fields in WFM. And I mentioned earlier that all dates in the API must be in year-month-day format. And again, regardless of what your dates look like in the user interface, because what you see in the user interface is driven by your display profile. The API doesn't have a display profile. So all dates must be in year-month-day format. And for you programmers in class, you'll probably recognize that as something called ISO local date format. Right? So the effective date would have to be in year-month-day. So if you're going to get the current date from Boomi, there's a function for that. It's called get current date. But keep in mind that Boomi is going to give you that current date in year-month-day format, which is close, but it's not exact. It needs to be exact. It needs to be year-month-day format in order for us to accept it. So if you do want to use a Boomi function to get today's date, it's going to have to be a two-step Boomi function. One to get the current date and one to reformat it into year-month-day. Then that you can use as your effective date. Or if you do know your Groovy and you want to output something called date today, then very simple little script. Date today equals new date.format year-month-day. And this will do the same thing. It'll get the current date from the system and give it to us in year-month-day format. So both of these functions do the exact same thing. It's programmer preference. They will execute exactly the same time. So there's no performance benefit doing it one way or the other. But like I said, if we can do something in a Boomi function rather than using a scripting function, we would probably do it in a Boomi function, just to reduce the apparent complexity. Not that this is complex, but more scripting just makes it look complex. So, but it's programmer preference. Whatever way you want to do will work just fine. All right, so extensions. I mentioned extensions is very important to us because we can't see into the components of that package that got deployed to our environment. So we need, we want to see extended components. So every tenant, and this is one tenant, every tenant has one Boomi environment associated with it. And that's the environment that we need to deploy. All of the integrations that are going to run on that tenant need to be deployed to that tenant's environment. And each of my templates that I deploy, each of my packages that I deploy, could have extended components. So what do we extend? What components do we extend? We extend connections, cross-reference tables, and process properties. But every integration we deploy is going to have connections, cross-reference tables, and process properties. And remember that we can't see this folder structure that is hosted out at platform.boomi.com. We can only see these packages and these extended components. So when WFM is looking down into this environment, it's going to see a whole bunch of connections, cross-reference tables, and process properties. How does it know which ones are related to which deployed processes? Well, we can help it out. We can help it out by using a naming convention on all the components that we're going to extend, a naming convention that is based on the main process name. We know the main process name because when you deployed the package, that becomes the name of the deployed process. So we have a deployed process called accrual bal reset. Any component that we're going to extend, I'm going to start the name of that component with the name of that main process. So my connection for the API gateway server becomes accrual bal reset, main process name, underscore API gateway server. My cross-reference tables are accrual bal reset, underscore whatever I want to call my table. My process properties are the main process name, underscore whatever. That way, when WFM is looking down into the environment, it knows all these extended components that start with accrual bal reset are related to this deployed process called accrual bal reset. So this is a UKG requirement, not a Boomi requirement, because our tenants can't see this folder structure that's hosted out at platform.boomi.com. We rely on this naming convention. And this is also why your main process names need to be short, descriptive, unique, and no spaces. Right? You can't have spaces in an extended component name or a main process name. So you'll notice that some components do have spaces in their names, but anything we extend, if there's a space, we replace it with an underscore to make sure that there's no spaces in an extended component name. So if I wanted to create a cross-reference table on my own, then that's pretty easy. I just create the cross-reference table and I would name it with my main process name, underscore, whatever I want to name my table. That's easy enough. But then I would also create a process property that goes along with this, that I'm going to name that process property underscore the name of my table. And in that process property, I'm going to put the table headers in there, right? Comma separated table headers. And WFM is going to look for this, this process property. so that it will understand the structure of the table. For a couple of reasons. I want my users to be able to maintain this cross-reference table themselves through the WFM user interface. In order for them to edit that table, I have to give them a user interface with a table editor that has the right column names. You need to tell me what the column names are so I can build that user interface appropriately. So WFM is going to look for, if you have this extended cross-reference table, it's going to look for a process property called underscore the name of that table. So it finds the table headers, column headings in there, so it can build the user interface appropriately for the users to edit the tables. So cross-reference tables are always two things for us. It's the cross-reference table itself, and then there's a process property called underscore the name of your table that has the headers in it. And then, of course, we extend both of those things. Now, also, when you extend a cross-reference table in extensions, there's a checkbox in there called override that needs to be checked. So if the users are editing the cross-reference table in the user interface, we want to save their updates into or over the cross-reference table that's in the Boomi environment now. So that table in the environment needs to be overridable so we can save their edits. And you'll see that we're actually going to do a lab in a little bit where we have to use a cross-reference table. So you'll see this in action. So the cross-reference table live here in the Boomi environment, so that when the integration runs on the Atom has the cross-reference table it needs during execution time. And the table that lives here in the Boomi environment, the users can download that cross-reference table to a CSV file, and they can open it up locally on their computer, edit that CSV file, put in the new entries or delete the old entries, whatever they want to do. They can edit that CSV file and then re-upload over the cross-reference table there from that CSV file, and now they've done their own updates to that table. I'm not a big fan of this, to be perfectly honest, because when the users download this CSV file, you're trusting them that they won't corrupt that file. And, you know, no offense to users, but we need to make sure that this table stays with the right formatting. So unfortunately, the default CSV file editor for a lot of Windows-based machines is Microsoft Excel. And Microsoft Excel is notorious for taking liberties with your data formatting. So it will just automatically remove any leading zeros. It may reformat your dates. It may change your decimal places or remove decimal places. And that can be dangerous in a cross-reference table if your programming is expecting the table data to be formatted a certain way, and you download this CSV file and mess it up. When you upload that CSV file, it's a complete override, right? So now you've just uploaded that cross-reference table and you've corrupted it. So we have to be very careful about this upload and download functionality with the users, that the users are very careful about how they're working with that CSV file. So alternatively, what they can do, what we can do is we can give them a table editor right in the user interface of WFM, a table editor that can do all those same basic editing things: insert rows, delete rows, copy, paste, filter, you know, all the things you would normally need to do in a table editor. We have a table editor built into the user interface. However, what we can't do, what we wouldn't want to do anyway, but what we can't do is we can't open up a real-time connection to this extended component. Even if we could, which we can't, even if we could, I don't know if I'd want to. The reason why I wouldn't want to is if the integration were to kick off while somebody had it open for editing, I don't know what would happen. But we can't, so it's a moot point. So instead, what we do, if we want to support this online editor that we have, what we do is we synchronize a copy of the cross-reference table into the database. And now once it's in the database, they can edit that cross-reference table, save their changes, and when they're ready, then they can publish. That will do the override out to the Boomi environment. Right? Now, there's a few advantages of using it this way. One advantage is we're not going to corrupt your data by reformatting. Another advantage is that I can do all my updates now and publish when I'm ready. So, for example, if I had some changes to make in this cross-reference table that really don't need to be there until March 1st, I can do all the edits now, but choose not to publish it until March 1st. And I can have other people review it just to make sure it's okay to go for March 1st. Whereas if you upload, it uploads now, right? So I can do all my edits, save them into this offline copy, if you will, and then publish when I'm ready. Another advantage of doing this is that I can have multiple administrators editing the same table at the same time. Whereas if it was just a local CSV file, I couldn't do that. So I could have my North American accrual administrator editing their rows at the same time my European administrator was editing their rows. And when they both agree that they're done, then they can publish. So multi-user is another advantage of using our online editor over the upload download functionality. But this is how it works. The most important thing is that this is where the cross-reference table needs to reside, because when it runs on the Atom, this is what it's going to use. Generic data access profiles. When we install an integration into WFM, not everybody is going to see it. Only people that have it allowed in their generic data access profile will be able to see it. And GDAPs, as we like to call them, generic data access profiles, are how we can, indicate which setup data you have access to in the user interface. And there is a setup category for integrations. And those in the integration setup category, you'll find integrations and integration sets. These are the two setups components. So for my payroll manager, their GDAP for integrations allows them to see the accrual balance reset and the payroll export. They won't be able to see the cascade profile import, employee import, or punch import. Even though those are installed, when they go to the integrations page to run an integration, these are the only two that will show up. They won't even know these other ones exist. When they go to look at what integrations ran last night, these are the only two that will show up because they're not allowed to see these. So normally after we install an integration, I would have to add that to the GDAPs of whoever's going to be responsible for running it. Now, in class, we're using Sean Ivan, and Sean Ivan is a full access type user. And full access means that I don't have to worry about bringing things over to the selected side. Sean will be able to see everything. So as soon as we install the integration, Sean will immediately be able to see it and be able to run it. We won't have to edit his GDAP because his GDAP is set up for full access. But that's not typical. Typical, your users would have a GDAP where I would have to bring it over to the selected side. Right. Shared connectors. So in your Boomi training, they probably talked about two benefits of shared connectors. One benefit is that it reduces the number of licensed connectors. That doesn't apply to us. It applies to Boomi customers, but our customers aren't Boomi customers. Our customers are UKG customers. And we don't license based on number of deployed connectors, or we don't care about how many employees are in your database. We license that in other areas of the product, but not Boomi. But other Boomi customers, that is how they license the product, because other Boomi customers are using Boomi's environment services and Boomi's Atom services. We have our own environment servers, we have our own Atom servers, and we don't care how many connectors you deploy. We don't care on the Boomi side how many employees you have in the database. So that benefit of using shared connectors really doesn't apply to us in terms of reducing the number of deployed connectors. But another benefit of using shared connectors is to define it once, use it many times. And that, as it turns out, is wonderful. Especially for things like an SFTP connector. And an SFTP connector needs a host, port, user, and password for the connection. If I had 15 integrations deployed and they all had their own SFTP connector, I would have to configure that host, port, user, and password 15 times. And if the password changes because some system administrator left the company, then I would have to update that password in 15 different places, which is madness. So instead, what we do is the integration consultant will deploy a shared SFTP connector that we call UKG internal. And we'll set up the host, port, user, and password in extensions for UKG internal. And now for all my other 15 integrations, I can tell it, reuse my shared UKG internal SFTP connector. I can do that for all 15 of them, and they'll all be using this connection information. And if the password ever changes, I just have to change it in one place. And the next time any of those other integrations run, it'll just pick up the latest connection information from UKG internal. So this is always the first thing an integration consultant will do for a new customer. We need to get the shared UKG internal SFTP connector into place because all the other templates we're going to work with are going to ask for it, right? Where is this? Point us to us. It needs to already be in place so that all of our templates can be pointed to it. So this is always the first thing we put in. Now for my training tenants, this hasn't been done. So one of the first labs that we're going to have to do coming up is that we're going to have to deploy our UKG internal SFTP connector. But you'll see what that process looks like. So let's talk about something specific, a specific template, and accrual balance reset import as an example. This is a very common template that a lot of our customers needs. This is something you will be doing. I almost guarantee it. If you're not using WFM as your accrual system of record, you need this. Even if you are using WFM as your accrual system of record, maybe you'll need this as part of the migration to at least give us the starting balances, and then we'll take over from there. Either way, whether you run it once or on an ongoing basis, it's the same template. And this template has options that we, as the integration consultant, can set process properties for how we want these options to behave. One of the options is, are you using single line format or multi-line format? So multi-line format is what most systems give us for accrual balances. It means that an employee can have multiple balances in the source file, multiple lines in the source file. So like if you were importing my accruals, I would have multiple lines in the source file. It'd be Rick Luce, your vacation 40 hours, and then another line, Rick Luce, your sick 40 hours, and then another line, Rick Luce, your personal days 5, whatever. I would have multiple lines in the source file. That's what most systems will give us. Other systems like ADP, which is very popular among our customers, ADP uses a single line format, which puts all the accrual balances on a single line for the employee. So for ADP, I would be Rick Lucier, vacation 40, sick 40, personal dates 5, all on one line. Our template is configured for both. So you just have to tell us, do you want to use single line format or multi-line format? If you say multi-line format, then we go down the parsing logic that way. If you say single line format, then we'll go down the parsing logic the other way. But both ways are in there just in case you need them. Just tell us which one to use. You need an effective date for accrual resets. So some customers want to use the current pay period start date. Some customers want to provide a date in the file. Some customers want to use today's date from the system. Some customers want to prompt the user for the date. All those ways of deriving the date are already programmed for you in the template. You just have to set a process property to tell us which way you want to do it, and then we'll go down that processing path and not the other ones. Do you want to send errors to the transaction assistant? Yes or no? If you say yes, then we will. If you say no, then we won't. Do you need to translate your accrual codes using a cross-reference table? So if the source file doesn't contain WFM accrual codes, then you're going to have to translate them to WFM accrual codes. But you can turn that logic on and off. And if you turn it on, it gives you a cross-reference table. It's empty. You just have to populate it. If you don't need it, you can just turn it off and ignore that empty cross-reference table. And do you want to delete the source file off the SFTP server after processing? If you say yes, then we will do an SFTP connector with a download file and delete operation. If you say no, we'll do an SFTP connector with a download file operation, and we won't do the delete. But again, they're both there just in case you need one or the other. And all you have to do is set a property to say, no, I want to do it this way. And we'll go down that path. We won't go down the other path. And this is what you're going to see with a lot of our templates. There are options that you, as the integration consultant, are going to set what we call control process properties, properties that control the logic of the execution. You'll set these control process properties to say, I want to do it this way, I want to do this way, I want to do this way, and we'll just go down the right processing path. So really, as you are doing your assessment, as you're doing your assessment with your customer, you know what options are available for this template. You're asking them these questions so you know how to set these up, and it becomes very easy for you to be able to deploy this. Just got a question in the chat. It's direct to me, so if you send questions directly to me, other people can't see the question, so I have to repeat it. But the question is, if we want to move file into another location after processing, I'm assuming you're talking about another SFTP account. Yes. Okay. And you'll see that. You'll see that once in a while too. Customers don't want to necessarily use our SFTP account to put the output files on. They want to use another SFTP account, their own SFTP system. So do we support third-party SFTP? Yes, we do, but it's send only. We can't read files off of third-party SFTP, but we can send. So in your scenario, if we want to move a file to another location after processing, yes, there's a little bit of setup to approve the external connection, but yeah, we can do that. All right, so the accrual balance reset has some control process properties that we're going to have to set based on what we need. Now, if we think about the logic that our accrual balance reset is going to have to do, well, we've got that XML file that's coming in from WFM at the start of the integration run that has some properties in there that we need to extract out of the XML. There may also be some values for our process properties in extensions. There may also be some process properties that are using default values. We need to, at the very first thing in the integration run, make sure we're starting with the right process property values that we need. Once we have the process properties that we need, we can do our first callback. And remember, a callback is us calling back to the user interface to let the user know that this integration is now in progress. And that will update that page, that integrations page in the user interface. They'll see a tile in the in progress section of the page indicating that, okay, my integration is now running. That's what this callback API does. Then we can import all of our data transactions. If there were any that we disqualified, we can build the disqualification report, the additional details report. And then, since we're done all of our processing, we can do another callback to let the user know this integration has completed. And now that tile that was in the in progress section now goes down to the completed section. But notice that all of this is behind a try catch, so that if something goes wrong, I can throw an exception, which will get caught up at this try catch, go down the catch path, and let the user know the integration failed. And this is an important concept for us because the users don't see a real-time monitoring. They're reliant on us making these API calls to update that user interface. If my integration were to abort, just stop running in the middle here, the last thing the user saw was that the integration was in progress. Then when we got down here, the integration aborted. We never get to this part to let them know it completed. So they're just sitting there staring at the screen, looking at this tile that says it's in progress. It's in progress. It's in progress. And sooner or later, you're going to get the phone call to say, hey, my accrual balance reset's been running for 5 hours. What's going on? And we go to look at process reporting because we have access to process reporting. And we find out that, no, your integration isn't running. It actually aborted 4 hours and 59 minutes ago. But they didn't see that because the last thing they saw in the user interface was it's in progress. So we don't ever want an integration to abort. We want to look for where bad things can happen and handle them. And if we have to throw an exception, that's fine. Throw the exception, but catch the exception, but do the callback to let them know it failed. Don't just leave them hanging. Let them know it failed. And this import data transactions, this is where all the real work happens, right? This is where we retrieve our source records off the SFTP server. This is where we do our data transformations. This is where we post those transactions to the accruals API. And if there's any rejected, we can submit those to the transaction system. Right? And if we were PowerPoint programmers, it might look something like this, but we're not PowerPoint programmers, we're Boomi programmers. And it looks like this, but this is the same thing, right? We received that file off the XML file from WFM. We need to make sure we're starting with the right process properties. We need to do our first callback that sets the status to in progress. And this sub-process that does the callback, we've already got that programmed. It's a very typical API call. It's got nothing to do with whatever transaction it is you're processing. So we've already got this programmed. All you have to do is tell us what you want to use for a status. So set the status to in progress and then make that API call. But you'll never have to edit this sub-process. It just works as is. And by setting the status outside of the sub-process, it makes this sub-process reusable. Because there's other places where I need to set the status to completed and then do the callback, or set the status to failed and then do the callback. It's the same sub-process. It's just being used or referenced multiple times. That's the fact that we're setting the status outside of it is what makes it reusable. The import data process is where all the real work happens. We read the source file, do the data transformations, calls the API, and then this last branch will create the disqualification report and do the callback to let the user know it completed successfully. And all of this is behind a try-catch that will still build the additional details report for disqualifications, do the final callback, this time let them know it failed. All right. So it's the same thing, it's just Boomi, right? Now, if I didn't show you the name of the listener, if I blacked this out, if I didn't tell you that this was the accrual balance reset, you wouldn't be able to tell by looking at this. And that's because they all look the same, right? If this was a punch import, I would still have to save initialized properties. I still have to do the callback. I would still have an import data process to read the punches, do the data transformations, call the API. I would still have an additional details report. I still have to do the callback. If this was a location import, I would still have to do all this same work. If this was a pay code edit import, I'd still have to do all this same work. They all look the same, right? And that's because this structure is what is in the framework that we use to create all these templates. And this structure got inherited from the framework. So what you're going to find is after a while, all of our templates start looking the same to you. And that's a good thing. That's a good thing because as a programmer, it'll become intuitive for you to know where to navigate around to see where key portions of logic is getting performed because it's always in the same place. It's good for you as a troubleshooter because your logs are going to start looking the same to you after a while, right? It's the same basic chunks of programming that we're always flowing through. And that makes you more efficient as a developer, more efficient as a support person as well. So yeah, get used to this structure. You're going to be seeing it a lot. And there's no better way to learn it than to do it, as I like to say. So we are going to start a lab. Well, first of all, before we start the lab, any questions or comments? Sarcastic remarks? All right. So this lab, which is going to take us the rest of the day, this lab, we're going to access the Boomi designer. We're going to log into our tenant as Sean Ivan. Sean Ivan is going to navigate the application setup, design, integrations, and that will navigate us into my training account in Boomi that's tied to all of my training tenants. And once we're in there, once we all arrive in the Boomi designer, we would have all connected as Sean Ivan. So there will be 16 Sean Ivans in the same Boomi account at the same time. Boomi hates that. And well, we need to make sure that we don't bump into each other. So one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to create our own personal developer folders so that we can organize each other's work separate from each other. Another thing we're going to have to do is to deploy the shared UKG internal SFTP connector to your training tenant, get that set up. Once that's in place, we can start working with templates. And the template that we're going to be using is the accrual balance reset import template. We'll copy it down to our personal developer folder. We will review the build. There's a couple edits I'm going to have you make to the build. Then we can deploy it. We can install it. We can run it. We can test it. And there's going to be a couple of couple of times where I changed my mind. No, I want it to run like this, or no, I want to prompt the user for this, or no, I got another file, but it's going to require a cross-reference table. You know, how do I change the logic? How do I get this in place? How do I edit it? So you're going to get the full experience of getting a template in place, only to have a customer change their mind. So this lab is in your lab document following lesson 3. I put a lot of information in this course book, so if there's some night you can't sleep, this will help you sleep. Feel free to read it. All right, the accrual balance reset. All right, the lab starts on page 27, and it's going to start by, let's log in as Sean Ivan and make our way over to application setup. Right. So log into your training tenant as Sean Ivan and make your way over to administration, application setup. Right, and under integration setup is where you will find design integration templates. Now, when I click on this, it's going to open up a third tab in my browser, and it's going to connect me out to platform.boomi.com. And it's going to do a single sign-on as Sean Ivan into my training account. In order for that single sign-on to work, we need to make sure that we are not already logged into Boomi, because there's a cookie that's used to facilitate that single sign-on. And if you already have an active session, then that cookie, it ain't going to work. That single sign-on is not going to work. So we need to make sure that we don't already have any tabs open in the Boomi Designer. And I don't. So when I click on Design Integration Templates, it opens up another tab, and you can see it's going out to platform.boomi.com. And now I'm in my Boomi account. If I look at settings, right, I've connected as sean.ivan@acmecode.com because that's Sean's email address. And he's a registered user for this Boomi account, internal IC training, which earlier when I showed you your configure accounts and environments tab in application setup, this was the name of the Boomi account that is tied to all my tenants. But we've logged in. But again, there's 16 Sean Ivans logged into the same Boomi account at the same time. Let me pause here and ask you, if everybody is in my Boomi account as Sean Ivan, give me a thumbs up. If anybody's getting errors, let me know. I can help. Boys, there's somebody who must have a really bad internet connection because they keep dropping off, dropping back, coming back in, dropping off, coming back in. I hate that. All right, now, first thing I want to tell everybody, we are all sean.ivan@acmecode.com. Do not hit sign out. Do not hit sign out. If you hit sign out, it signs out Sean Ivan, which is all of us. And I know I have 2 UKG people in this class. At UKG, we use a service account, but the same thing goes for the service account. We all use that same service account. If you click sign out, you sign us all out. And if you had any unsaved changes, you lost them. So if you're in the middle of editing something and somebody signs you out, you just lost all your changes. And you want to aggravate your coworkers. There is, I wish we could hide this, but there is no reason you ever need to sign out. None. Just X out of the tab, close the tab, but do not sign out. All right. So you all, I think you all just recently went through the Boomi Professional Developer training. And I need to give you a heads up that Boomi likes to change or update their editing canvas periodically, every year, without fail. I've been doing this for 5 years. I'm on my 5th different canvas. They make little improvements. Well, quote unquote, I'm doing air quotes, improvements, what they think are improvements. But it just changes the way things look. And the canvas, I'm getting ahead of myself. I don't want to show you the canvas just yet. Let me finish explaining what this account is used for. So this internal IC training, I use this for my 2 different Boomi programming classes that I teach. The Boomi Empowerment Workshop is for my customer training. And obviously this is the partner integration workshop. So we're going to stay in the partner integration workshop. And in the partner integration workshop, there is a folder called workshop templates that has master copies of things that we are going to be working with in our labs. And I do not want you to edit any of my master copies. Instead, what I would like you to do, just like Tom has done, I would like you to create your own folder based on your name in the Partner Integration Workshop folder. So if you click on this little triangle next to Partner Integration Workshop, you can say New Folder, and then create a folder based on your name. So I'll create a folder called Rick Lucier. You create a folder based on your name. And do not put an underscore in front of your name, because I need the workshop templates to be the first folder. I know what you're doing, but please rename your folder to get rid of that underscore. I want everybody to see, because everybody's going to be doing copies. I want workshop templates to be the first one. Thank you. And again, I need everybody to do this. And this component window should auto refresh every minute. But if you click in the search dialog, is the search box here, and don't search for anything, just hit enter. That will manually refresh it. And so there's 15 of us now, so I should have 15 subfolders, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 3 more of you. I need everybody to have their own personal folder. So again, use the little triangle next to Partner Integration Workshop and say New Folder. So is anybody having a problem creating their folder? Oh, Prashant, you put it in the wrong folder. Prashant, you put it in the workshop templates folder instead of the Partner Integration Workshop. So I'm just going to move you to Partner Integration Workshop and remove this duplicate. So now Prashant is in the right place. And again, just click in the search bar and just hit enter. It will refresh your list. So I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Right? Should be 3 more. There's 16 of us in class. So can you please repeat the process? So are you in the Boomi Designer?
Yes.
Okay. Then use the little triangle next to Partner Integration Workshop and say New Folder. And then name the folder after yourself. That's it.
I think it's okay.
It's okay.
All right. Excellent. So we got Abigail, Aruna, Ashwin, Parani, Fiona, Akara, Shot, this troublemaker. Rada is missing. Central Raj is missing. So Rada, are you able to create, are you in the Boomi account with us? Central Raj, same question. Are you in here with us? Have you walked away, fallen asleep, or started drinking already? All right. Well, so now that we all have our personal folders, everything that you're going to work on, you're going to be working on in your personal folder. We're all going to have the same looking integrations in all of our folders, but make sure that you're only in your folder, you're not in somebody else's folder. Right? So the first thing I'm going to want you to copy from the workshop templates folder, there is the very first folder is called hashtag shared configuration. I would like you to copy that shared configuration folder down to your personal folder. So use a little triangle next to shared configuration and say copy. And in the copy dialog, you don't have to edit any of these options. Just choose, click the word choose for your personal folder. And it may recommend your personal folder already. If it doesn't, just scroll down to the Partner Integration Workshop and look for your name and click that. So copy from the workshop templates shared configuration down to your personal folder. And then once it's copied, close the workshop templates so that you don't accidentally edit my master copy. All right. Looks like everybody's got it. So now, if you expand your personal folder, you'll see that shared configuration came with a SFTP connection called UKG internal and a process called _ shared configuration. I would like you to open your process _ shared configuration. And I don't want you to edit anything. there's no need to edit anything. All this process has is a single SFTP connector with a connection defined, UKG internal. There's no operation, but that's okay. We're just going to use this as a vehicle for getting these settings into our environment extensions. So we're not going to edit anything. We're just going to deploy it as is. So from your shared configuration process, let's deploy it. And deployment is a two-step process. We have to create a deployment package, and then we have to deploy that package to our tenant's environment. So it all starts with this wizard right here, create package component. So from this process, click on create package component. That starts the deployment wizard. On this first page, there's nothing to do. Just click next. On the second page, we've got this, you can see that right now the latest version deployed, or the latest version that we have a package for, we're building a package, is none. We don't have any. So this version for all needs to be one higher than what's already out there. And since there's nothing out there, then this is going to be version 1. So I'm just going to type in V1. For the package notes, we normally don't use package notes for when we're developing integrations. But if this was an integration that was already in production, then if I had to make a change to something that was already in production, then yeah, I would put notes as to what it was I changed to justify this new version of the package. But since we're just developing, we can leave the package notes blank. And the sharing should always be set to not allowed. We don't do sub-accounts, so it should always be not allowed. So all you have to do is just give it version 1. And then click on create package component. And very quickly, it should build a package. Now that we have the package, we can deploy the package. So let's click on deploy. And this is where you're going to see all 20 of the environments that are tied to this Boomi account. And you're going to have to choose yours, the one that maps to your tenant. So I'm using 363. That's my tenant environment. Abigail, you're using 364, just in case you missed that earlier. Write that down.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yep. But everybody else, you should know which environment is yours. So you pick your environment. I'll pick mine. Please do not deploy your stuff to my tenant. Just yours. All right, so I'm going to pick my tenant's environment. I'm going to click next. Nothing to do here. Click next. And you can just see that I'm doing shared configuration. It's version 1. There's nothing deployed out there. Mayan, your environment is 372. Yep. So all we have to do now is just click on deploy. Now, when you deploy, you're going to get one of 2 responses. You're either going to get deployment successful, which is good news, or you're going to get an error that says something about a transaction is being, a row is updated by another transaction. If you get that error message, row is updated by another transaction, that's 16 Sean Ivans doing the same thing at the same time, bumping into each other. That will only happen to you in my training account. In the real world, you will be yourself, and you will be the only you in a training account. So you won't bump into anybody else. But in this class, we might bump into each other. So if you get that error, row was updated by another transaction, just go through the wizard again. But this time, since there's already a version 1 out there, just create it as version 2 and deploy version 2 to your tenant, and you should be fine. But if everybody's going to follow along with me, we might bump into each other periodically. So if you have deployment successful, give me a thumbs up. If you're stuck or you have an error, I can help. Let me know. Or if you want to see this again, I'll show you again. I want to make sure everybody's successful. All right, so now that this has been deployed into our environment, it's in there for the first time, which means anything you extended is blank in your environment. And there were those 4 settings that we extended, but they're all out there blank. So after you deploy something for the first time, we now must go to our environment extensions and finish setting them up. So we're done with this deployment wizard. You can just click close to close it. But now we need to go over to our environment extensions. To go there, let's go to manage and then atom management. Manage atom management. And on atom management, again, I have 20 tenants tied to this account. And what you're seeing here is an environment with a single atom attached to it. An environment with an atom, an environment with an atom 20 times. I need you to click on your environment, not your atom. Don't click on your atom, click on your environment. All right, so I see non-prod 3 something, right? Click on your environment, because at the bottom of the environment page is where you'll see the link to environment extensions. So remember this navigation, you're going to be coming here a lot, right? So manage atom management, click on your environment, and then click on environment extensions. And in the environment extensions, on the connection settings, which is the first page, you should see your UKG internal that you just deployed. But all the settings are blank. This is where we need to set them up. So let's uncheck these use component defaults so that we can actually put the values in there. So again, from your tenant assignment email, down at the bottom, we have our internal SFTP server, host, port, user, and password. That's what we need to put into here. So the internal SFTP server, and again, make sure you don't copy and paste any leading or trailing spaces. Copy and paste the SFTP host. The port is 2222. The internal SFTP user. And the internal SFTP user password. And of course, we've already tested this, so I know it's going to work. And it's another reason why I like to test it outside is because there's no test button here. So that's it. Just provide the host, port, user, and password for UKG internal. And now that is in the environment. So now I can tell all the other templates that we're going to develop reuse my shared UKG internal SFTP connector. The settings are already in the environment. So this is the first thing we do for all new customers. We need to get this in place first before we start working with their templates. But that's what it looks like, right? Just deploy it as is. Don't edit anything. Just deploy it as is and put in the host port, user and password and extensions, and that's it. You're done. Right? Now, if you remember, you don't have to do this, but if you remember earlier when I was in application setup and I defined that connection for UKG internal, and I tried to test it, it didn't work because I hadn't yet deployed anything called UKG internal. But now I have. So now, if I go to test UKG internal connection, it tests successfully, right? So this test on the connections page is testing the deployed connector. Right? You don't have to do that. I just wanted to remind you what we did earlier. All right. So we can go back to the build tab. Oh, and Centralorage is with me again. Okay. So again, we copied the shared configuration down to our personal folder and deployed it as is. And again, everything we're doing is in the lab document, in the course book, right? So we created a new folder based on our name. We copied the shared configuration down to our personal folder. We opened up the shared configuration. We deployed it, right? Create the package component, called it version 1. We deployed it to our tenant's environment. We went to Atom Management, selected our environment extensions, and configured our UKG internal, right? So this is everything we just did. It's in here step by step. I don't expect you to remember everything we're doing in class, after class. So this is something you're going to have to do for all your customers. So, you know, the steps at a high point are going to be in here for how we're doing all of our labs. So, all right. So now that we've done that, this would be a good time for us to take our afternoon break. So let's do that. So again, it's going to be a 15-minute break. And again, I like to put up a timer and I like to pause the recording. But let's make sure we're all back at the same time because we're going to be jumping right back into this lab. So I'll see you in 15. All right, if we're all back from break, give me a thumbs up. All right, very good. Very good. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is start working with the accrual balance reset import template. And I need you to copy the template from the workshop templates folder down to your personal folder. Now be careful, there's 2 accrual balance resets here. One's broken. You don't want that one. That's for a troubleshooting lab that we're going to do on Thursday. We want the regular accrual balance reset import, the one without broken in front of it. And again, just copy that down to your personal folder. So the little triangle next to accrual balance reset import, we're going to say copy. And then for the destination folder, choose your personal folder name. And again, if it doesn't show up in the recommended section, just go down into Partner Integration Workshop and click on your name. And then once it's copied, close the workshop templates folder so you don't accidentally edit my master copy. And then now in your personal folder, you've got your own accrual balance reset import and everything that came with it. So a couple of things I'd like us to check out all together. A couple of things I'm going to need you to change. First of all, before I start talking about this template, there is a source file that we're going to be processing. And it's called accrual balance reset _1.csv. But this is the source file that I want to set up this template to be able to work with. And you can see that it's got a header row. It has, it's a multi-line format, not a single line format. So there's multiple entries per person in here. So for person number 20176, their leave vacation accrual code is going to be set to 0. There's no probation amount, but there is an effective date of December 30th, 2020. That's not going to work for us because December 30th, 2020 is an assigned off period. And you can't do accrual resets in a signed off period. So we won't be able to use the date that's in the file. So instead, I would like us to use the current pay period start date, not the date that's in the file. But this is the file that I want to be able to process. So in your build tab, let's expand process properties. And there are 6 process property components. One of them is called control. So your main process name _ control. Let's open up that process property component. And these are essentially options that you as the integration consultant can set according to how you want this template to execute. So the first one, single line format, is a Boolean, and it's not checked, which means it's false. So single line format is false, which is the correct setting because the file that we're working with is multi-line format. So I want to make sure that single line format is false, and it is. The next process property is effective date type, and it defaults, it has to be one of these values: current pay period start, file, today, or prompt. The default value is file, and that's not going to work for us, right? Because the date that's in the file is in a signed off period. So we need to change this. The customer wants me to use the current pay period start date. So let's change the default value to use the current pay period start date, CPP start. So we had to make that change. The effective date prompt, if you were prompting the user to provide a effective date at runtime, which we're not, you could provide the prompt for the user to see. But since we're not prompting them, this is going to get skipped. So we don't have to worry about that. The source date format. The date that we're going to be using for the effective date is going to come from the system, the current pay period start date. And it will already be in year-month-day format, which is what we need. The source date format field, this is used if the date that's in the file isn't year-month-day, it's in some other format, or if you prompted the user and they gave it to you in some other format, we need to transform it from whatever format it is now into year-month-day. And we have a map function that does that, but you have to provide the input mask. So if a date was coming from the file, you would provide that input mask here as the value for this control process property. Now, for us, we're getting it from the system, the current pay period start date. So it will already be in year-month-day format, which is the default. So we don't have to change this. We have another Boolean here. Translate source codes via CRT, cross-reference table. And the accrual codes that are in my source file, these are WFM accrual codes. So they don't need to be translated. These will work. So this option here, translate source codes via CRT, we can leave it set to false. So nothing to do there. Only active employees. I don't know why you would want to reset accruals for inactive or terminated employees, but you can. I'm not going to. Everybody in my source file is an active employee. So I don't care about this option. The all application employees hyperfind defaults to all people. If you were using all home in an integration, just keep in mind that all home only returns active employees. If you want to work with non-active employees, you would need a different hyperfind. And evidently, all people would be one of those. But again, my source file, everybody's active. I don't care about this. And cache person extension data. They just recently added this, and I don't know why they added this. I'd have to go back to the documentation and take a look. But we don't need it. So single line format is false. Effective date type is CPP start, and it has to be CPP start because if you leave it set the file, it won't work. The effective, none of these other ones I had to change. So the only one I had to change was the effective date type needs to be CPP start. There you go. So let's save and close your control process properties. Right. If we're using employee information from source file, why are we using hyperfind here? One of the things this accrual balance reset does is check to see if the employees in the source file actually exist in WFM. And if they don't, then disqualify them. So rather than sending them into the system only to have them get rejected and show up in transaction system, there's disqualification logic in there if they don't already exist. And we need to build a validation list, and a hyperfind is used to build that validation list. But by default, it'll only show active employees. All right. So the only thing we changed was the effective date type. Harry, you got a question?
Yeah, yes, Rick. Can you please go back to single line format once?
Yep, it's
Yeah,
false.
Okay, thanks.
Yep. All right, so we can save and close our control process properties. The next process property I would like you to open is the SFTP process properties. Here, you'll see that the source directory defaults to /inbound. And for your imports, that's where your source files should be, in the inbound folder. So this is correct. The file name defaults to blank, as it should. I don't like hard coding file names because if anything's going to change, it's going to be the name of your source file, right? Whether they're doing some testing with different test file names or They just have a one-off file they need to run. Hard coding a file name is just a bad idea. So the file name is an extended process property. And if you change the value in extensions, you don't have to redeploy. You don't have to build a new package. But if you hard code a file name and you need to change the file name, then you would have to redeploy the code because you've updated the code. Anytime you edit any of these components in the Component Explorer, you have to build a new package to include that updated component. So hard coding file name is just a bad idea, right? Having said that, I would like you to hard code the file name for this lab. Just so that I can show you how it can be overridden and done better later, right? But I want you to see the bad practice before you see the good practice. So for the file name, I would like to set it to our source file, accrual balance reset _1.csv. Now, file names in WFM are case sensitive. So it's capital A, capital B, capital R, all one word, _1.csv. So the default value for file name is going to be accrual balance reset _1.csv. And even that .csv is case sensitive. So accrual balance reset _1.csv with the capital A, capital B, capital R, _1.csv. And delete file after processing should be false, and it is. So the only thing I needed you to change here was to set the default value for the file name to accrual balance reset _1.csv. So we can save and close that. And that's it for process properties. The next thing I would like you to open is a process called _retrieve source data. _retrieve source data. This is the subprocess that retrieves our source data. And you'll notice that there are two SFTP connectors here. The reason why there's two is because there is a decision here that's based on that process property. Do you want to delete the source file after processing? And if you say true, then we'll do an SFTP connector with a download file and delete operation. If this is false, then we'll do an SFTP connector with a download file operation. So only one of these is going to get used. It depends on how you have this control process property or SFTP process property configured. But you'll notice that both of these two SFTP connectors have the configure warning on them. They're not fully configured. Every connector needs a connection and an operation. You see the operations are in place, but the connections aren't there. We want to reuse our shared UKG internal SFTP connector. But we don't know, the makers of this template, we don't know where in your folder structure you would have put it. So we're going to have to finish the configuration of these two SFTP connectors. So let's start with the top one. You can either double click on the connector or click the word configure, either one. It'll take you to the same place. And when you look at the configuration of the connector, you'll see that the connection hasn't been chosen. And that's the problem. So let's click the word choose. And we're looking for our UKG internal. You're going to see a recommended list here of, 4 or 5, 6 of them, but you can't tell which one is yours, mine, or somebody else's. It has to be the one you deployed to your environment. So don't use the recommended list. Instead, go down to your folder in the partner integration workshop. Go into your folder and use your shared configuration, UKG internal, but it has to be yours, the one you just deployed earlier. So choose your UKG internal, and that's it. Click OK. But now do the same thing with the other SFTP connector. Click the word configure, and for the missing connection, choose from your personal folder your shared UKG internal. And you're going to have to do that with all of our templates. Wherever the SFTP connectors are, which is either going to be retrieve source data or send output data, depending if it's an import or an export. Wherever the SFTP connectors are, we don't know where in your customer's folder structure your UKG internal is. So you're going to have to finish the configuration of these SFTP connectors the same way. Just choose your connection. So that's all we have to do with retrieve source data. We can save and close this. And now I would like you to open the main process, which doesn't start with an underscore, so it's all the way down at the bottom. It's called accrual bal reset. And before we deploy this, I want to check to see what components are set to be extended. So in the main process, right above the main process, is this extensions link. This isn't a link to go out to Atom Management and go to your environment settings. This is settings in the programming to say which components should be extended. So let's click on the extensions link. And you'll see that the very first tab, connection settings, the API gateway server URL is already checked. And yes, I would like the API gateway server URL to come from extensions. So this is correctly already set for us. The other connection that I care about is UKG internal, which it didn't even know about until I just configured one of its subprocesses. But now that I have, it knows about UKG internal, and I need to tell it that I want you to grab the host, port, user, and password from extensions, because that's where we set it up earlier. And again, you're going to have to do this with all of our templates. So point us to wherever your UKG internal is, and then in the main process, tell it to grab the settings for that from extensions. So host, port, user, and password. And that's all we have to do in extensions here. So click OK. And those extension settings are part of the main process. So if you change those settings, you have to resave the main process. Right? And now that we've made that change and we've saved them, Harry, you got a question?
Can you please repeat the previous step, Rick? I missed that. Extensions.
Okay. So in the main process, click on extensions. And then from the connection dropdown, choose UKG internal and check the 4 boxes for host, port, user, and password.
I'm not getting that options if I select UKG internal. Connection settings only, right?
All right. So if UKG internal doesn't show up, then that means you didn't update the subprocess retrieve source data. So in the retrieve source data, we had to configure these two SFTP connectors to choose your.
Yeah, I have updated that one. I have updated.
All right, did you click save?
Yes.
Well, if you saved it, then it should show up in the main process in the dropdown for connection settings.
Showing only URL for me. URL and key scope.
You want to share your screen? I'll take a look at
Yeah,
it.
sure. Yeah, sure.
Ugh. Oh dear. Yeah, show me the drop-down box for connection.
Yeah, sure.
And select your API gateway server.
Okay.
All right, that has URL. All right, now go back and show me UKG internal.
Oh, okay. Got it.
Host port, user, and password.
Okay. Okay. Thanks. Got it.
All right, so click OK, and then resave your main process.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Rick.
Yep. All right. So we've made all the changes we need to make. We are ready to deploy this to our tenant. So again, we're going to use the deployment wizard where we create the package and then deploy the package. So let's start with create package component. And again, we're only deploying a main process, right? So if you have to edit a sub-process, that's fine. Edit the sub-process, save it, but then go back to your main process, and we only deploy main processes. That way, the package we build contains everything from the main process down through all of its sub-processes. Build one package to contain everything. So from the main process, create package component. We're going to click next. We don't have a package out there right now, so this is going to be, the version is going to be one higher than what's out there right now. So this is going to be version 1. We'll click on create package component. Once the package is built, we can deploy the package to your tenant's environment, and you should know who you are. Click next. Click next, and then deploy. You're going to be doing this in your sleep. And again, you're either going to get deployment successful, or you're going to get that error that row was updated by another transaction. If you get row was updated by another transaction, you, Sean Ivan, bumped into another Sean Ivan. And just go through the deployment wizard again. It's just that there'll already be a version 1, so make your second one version 2 and deploy it to your tenant. But at some point, you should get deployment successful. And out of curiosity, did that happen to anybody? Did anybody get rows updated by another transaction? Wow. Usually in these big classes, it happens quite a bit. So if everybody got deployment successful, then that means this has been deployed into our environment and it's there for the first time, which means anything we extended is blank. So we can close the deployment wizard and let's navigate over to our environment extensions. So again, manage, Atom management, click on your environment, and then go to environment extensions. Now, we were here earlier when we set up our UKG internal, and that's still here. But now there's also another connection that shows up now for the accrual val reset API gateway server. And the URL for our API gateway server is blank. And we need to set it to our API gateway server. Now, as a reminder, an API gateway server is going to be your tenant URL /API, right? That's the connection. What comes after that will be the operation. But the API gateway URL needs to be your tenant URL. And then /API at the end of it. And it's not an API gateway without that /API. Because the operation is going to pick up from there. And if that API component is missing, it's going to result in building an invalid URL. So API gateway, your tenant URL, IC-train-20 or 30 something, and then /API at the end of it. And that's the only extension we're going to have to set up here, because we've already set up the SFTP connector, right? The UKG internal. We already did that, so we just needed to set up this API gateway server URL. So that's it for extensions. We can click OK. So now the Boomi side is done. We've deployed the process. We've set up the extensions. So now it's in my tenant's environment. But my users won't see it until I install it. And that's what we have to do next. So we have to go back to, if your Sean Ivan session is timed out, log back in as Sean Ivan. And go back to application setup. And I'm sure it did sign most of us out, so give you a few seconds to get here. Log back into your tenants as Sean Ivan and go back to administration application setup. And this time, under integration setup, we're going to go to install integrations. And you should have nothing installed. So we're going to have to create and install. Let's click on create. And we're going to name this integration accrual balance reset import. Accrual balance reset import. The name you give it here is how it's going to show up to the users later on when they go to run it or they go to schedule it. But they're going to see it as accrual balance reset import. We deployed something called accrual bal reset, but I want my users in the user interface to see it as accrual balance reset import. Now, there's just a handful of options here, but I do want to explain what these options are. The first one is API integration. Do not check this box. If this is an integration that's designed to get kicked off from within WFM, and it is, do not check that box. If this was an integration that was designed to get kicked off from within Workday or PeopleSoft, then you should check that box, because it would be Workday or PeopleSoft who's using an external API call to run the integration. If it's being run from within WFM, do not check the box. So do not check the box, right? You're not doing Workday, you're not doing PeopleSoft, do not check the box. All right, next one, file access. We're gonna leave it set to none for right now. But I could allow the user to upload a file at runtime, and it would upload the file that they browse to on their computer up to the internal SFTP account, and then use that as the source file of an integration. If you don't use that, which most people don't, then the file has to already be up on the SFTP account before you run the integration. And obviously, if you're scheduling an integration, you should not have it interactively prompting a user to upload a file. So we're going to leave it set to none. I could also allow the user to download a copy of the source file or output file through the run summary. There's some extra configuration that needs to be done to support this functionality, which we don't have in place right now. So leave it set to none. The next option, execute the integration with the system account. We're going to say yes, I would like to do that. And that's typically for every system integration, you're importing or exporting data from another system into UKG. I'm going to want to run that integration using the system account. If you don't check this box, then the integration will run as the person who is running it or scheduling it. And if that person doesn't have the function and data access rights to do what this integration needs to do, then you're going to get errors. Whereas if you use the system account, then all the API calls will work. You don't have to worry about function or data access rights. So if one of my employees was running an integration and importing accrual balances, my employee doesn't necessarily have access to everybody's time card, but I need them to be able to reset accrual balances. I would definitely want to use the system account. So even though my employee was running it, the integration runs in the system account so it can do all the work it needs to do. So typically for system integrations, yeah, you want to run in the system account. Rerun, I'm not a fan of. I usually try to talk customers out of it. Oh, there's a question in the chat. If file is coming in inbound folder and that integration is scheduled, so in this case, should there be file access issue? No. If the file is assumed to already be in the SFTP folder before you run the integration. Well, not before you run it, before the integration runs. So I can schedule the integration to run in the middle of the night. I just want to make sure the file's up there before it kicks off. So sometimes there's an automated process to put the file up on the SFTP server. I just want to make sure that that is done before my scheduled integration kicks off. So if the file in the inbound folder and that integration is scheduled, would there be a file access issue? No.
So, Rick, my question is that suppose I am scheduling the interface and the file is already coming in the inbound folder before integration run. So what should be the file access? None, file upload, or source output download options?
None. The file should already be there
Okay.
before the integration kicks off. This is for user interaction.
Okay.
Not automated, not scheduled.
Thank you.
Yep. All right. So rerun, what rerun will do is if you have an integration that is prompting the user for parameters, and there's a number of parameters you have to prompt them for. Give me a file name, give me an effective date, give me this option, give me this option. If there's a number of parameters they have to specify every time they run the integration, and this is an integration that they run frequently, they may complain about it. I don't like having to enter the same parameters every time. So what you can do is you can enable rerun. And that will make a button show up on an integration that ran previously. And if you say rerun, it will rerun that integration using the same parameter values as the instance that you chose. The reason why I'm not crazy about that is if they click on the wrong integration that ran previously, not using the values that they wanted to, there's very little of a "are you sure" type message. And it's very easy to run an integration with the wrong parameters simply because you were too lazy to provide the right parameters. And so I think it's dangerous. I don't like rerun personally, but I also think that in the user's defense, if you are prompting them for, information, and it's the same information and again, then you should have better default values on your parameters so they don't have to type in values. If the default is already set correctly, they shouldn't have to worry about it. So it's a balancing act. I'll make you make your own decisions, but that's what rerun is. The ability, I'll turn it on just so you can see what it is, but it's not something I typically advocate. Email notifications. Is there somebody who wants to be notified via email if this integration enters an in progress state? So let me know anytime this integration runs, or let me know anytime this integration completes. And completed is completed with no transaction errors, versus completed with errors is it's completed, but it had transaction errors. And failed. Let me know if this integration fails. So maybe me as a system administrator, I want to know if integrations are failing. Excuse me. But if integrations are completing but have transaction errors, then maybe I want to let the accrual admin know. So that they can look into the transaction errors. But you can put, whoever wants to be notified, if anybody wants to be notified, if an integration enters any of these states. My training tenants can deliver email. So if you put your email address in here, you will actually receive the emails from my training tenants. So you'll see what they look like. They're not pretty, but they are functional. All right, so that's email notifications. The next option is if you're scheduling integrations, there is a feature called skip that you can configure. And skip comes into play if you are scheduling an integration to run on a recurring interval. So for example, let's say that we were doing a punch import and I was scheduling the punch import to run every 30 minutes. That way we're pulling in punches from this other system at least every 30 minutes. So the recurring interval says, I'm going to run the punch import at 8 o'clock. I'm going to run it again at 8:30. I'm going to run it again at 9 o'clock. But when I go to run it at 9:30, I see the previous instance is still running. Right? The one from 9 o'clock is still running. What do you want to do? Do you really want to run two of these at the same time? Probably not. Or would you like to skip this occurrence and then we'll check again at the next occurrence, which would be 10 o'clock. And if the previous one had finished by then I can go ahead and run my 10 o'clock, get me back on schedule. So skip comes into play if a previous occurrence is still running. And if you are handling skip, then another option becomes available. It's called allow minute interval. Normally, when you're scheduling integrations, we don't show you small minute based intervals. I think the smallest interval we show you is every 30 minutes. But we don't show you the every 15 minutes or every 10 minutes. Those don't show up normally. But if you are handling skip and you check this box, then you will see the ability to run the integration every 15 minutes. So now if I'm handling skip, I can run my punch import every 15 minutes and it pulls those punches in even faster. We're not going to do that. I just wanted to explain what these are. All right. Next one down, integration template. And you should see in the integration template list your newly deployed accrual val reset process. If it doesn't show up in the list, and that's not uncommon, this will happen to you at some point, probably even in this class. If it doesn't show up in the list, don't panic. It's not uncommon for the setup page not to pre-scan the environment and discover any newly deployed processes. So if it doesn't show up, don't panic. There's a little refresh button over here on the right. You can click refresh, it will rescan the environment, and then your newly deployed process should show up in the list. If you click refresh and it still doesn't show up, then panic, because that means you've deployed it to the wrong environment and not the environment that this tenant uses. But mine does show up, so I can select it and then click on the assign button, so it gets the little blue check mark next to it. And really, at a high level, that's what an install is. I'm creating something that my users are going to see called accrual balance reset import, that when they run this, it kicks off this Boomi process behind the scenes. Now, also, after we had assigned the integration template, another section became available for parameters. We're not going to do any parameters on this lab. We're going to do some parameters on the next lab. So just leave that empty for right now. So the things I needed you to do was to name it accrual balance reset import. I need to make sure that we are executing the integration with the system account and that we have assigned accrual balance reset template. That's all I needed you to do. So click save to save the install.
Sorry, Rick, I just wanted to know, when you created your integration, you also selected reruns, email notifications. Should we uncheck those or should we keep it the way you did?
You don't have to do it like me. I was just playing with these so I could show you what they look like.
Oh, okay.
You don't have to do it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so normally after I install an integration, I would have to add it to the GDAPs of whatever users are going to be responsible for running this. But since we're using Sean Ivan is an all access type of GDAP. Sean will immediately be able to see all the new setup data as it comes in. But remember where we are. We're on application setup. We can't run integrations from here, right? All we can do is edit the install and jump into the designer from here. And you can do that too. But you can't run integrations from here. If Sean wants to run an integration, Sean has to go back to his home tab. And it's this home tab where he does all of his transactional type work. It's his home tab where you'll see his profile picture. And on his home tab, in his home menu, you'll see maintenance integrations. So from his home tab, let's go to maintenance integrations. This is where users go to schedule integrations, to run integrations, to work with cross-reference tables. This is where they can see what's currently in progress, what's completed, at least by default in the past 4 days, which has been nothing for my training paths. So We want to run an integration. So let's click on Run an Integration. A launch wizard will slide out from the right, and you can run an integration. You can run an integration set. The only thing we have is one integration, accrual balance reset import. So let's click on that. And then once we select it down below, click on Select to advance the wizard. It's going to assign an integration run name, which is the install name dash date and timestamp. And we use that for logging purposes, and there's no need to ever change that. Kind of wish there was a way to suppress it from even showing up, but just leave it as is, and then click on Run Integration. And then once you see success, integration is running, you can X out of the launch wizard, because now in the in progress section, you should have a tile that represents your integration is now in progress. And this page will auto update every 1 minute. Or if you're like me and you don't have that kind of patience in your life, there is a little manual refresh button up here in the upper right that you can click it as much as you want. And when I click mine, my tile has moved. It's now in the completed section, and it has a little green check mark in it. And that green check mark is indicating that it's completed successfully and had no transaction errors. Now, if yours ran with an error, hold that thought. I'll get back to you. Right now, let me just finish explaining my my completed tile. If I click on this completed tile, a run details slides in from the right, and I can see that this was run by Sean Ivan. He did a run now, so it wasn't scheduled. He ran it now. It started at 10:30 a.m. and it finished at 10:30 a.m. The status is completed, which means completed successfully, and that's why it's got the green check mark, because the status is completed. With a message, integration has completed without errors. And if I expand the run summary is telling me 16 records came in from the source file, 16 imported successfully, 0 failed, 0 disqualified. Now, also, because I had rerun turned on, the rerun button is down here. Right? So if my user wanted to rerun this particular integration, they could click on rerun. And there's a, are you sure you want to do this using the same integration parameter values? I don't have anything with parameter values showing, but if I click yes, hopefully you looked at what they were, because it's just going to rerun it with the same parameter values. And again, I can click refresh until that tile moves down to completed. So does it pick up from where it picks up the record? The record is up on our SFTP accounts. So we configured the SFTP connector to go up there, look for a file called accrual balance reset _1.csv, and it read that because we hard coded that file name earlier. All right. So this is the user experience. This is what they see, right? They see run integration, and they'll see a tile with a green check mark if it completed successfully with no transaction errors. It'll be a red check mark if it completed but had transaction errors. It'll be a red exclamation mark if it failed. But this is kind of the user experience, right? They're stuck here in the user interface. We have Boomi access. And we, in the Boomi Designer, we can go to Manage Process Reporting. And we can see things in real time. And process reporting is going to show you everything that's running on all of the tenants tied to this Boomi account. And I have 20 tenants tied to this Boomi account. So I can see everything that's running on all of my tenants. And you should be able to tell by looking at the atom which one is yours. Right? So I'm 363. Right? So here's something that ran on my tenant. So I can tell by process reporting that it looks like no error, no failures, right? So that means, that tells me you got your SFTP connections correct. If we have two SFTP connections in my system, how do I identify from which SFTP folder it extracts the source data? So in your environment settings, right? So manage atom management, go to your environment extensions. There should only be one UKG internal. And that's the one it's going to use. If you have two, let me know. Because that means somebody else deployed theirs to yours. So is that what you're telling me? You have two here? Asking a general question. Okay, yeah. So the only connection we should have is one UKG internal. If there is another connection, it may be to support a send to a third party SFTP, but you wouldn't use that for source files. You can't use it for source files. So you're always using UKG internal for source files. You scared me. Okay. All right. So P63, 64, 65, 66, 67. Oh, 368 is missing. This is not 70, 71, 72, 73, 74 is missing. All right. So, Central Raj, you got a question? I love that name, but I'm not sure why. I've heard it before in my past, and it was somebody pretty cool. All right. So again, that's the user experience. Oh, and by the way, I'm getting a whole bunch of emails over here about my integration. So I have send me a notification when my integration starts. So I received an email notification for that. It's not a pretty email. It's just basically telling me this integration, this integration, accrual balance reset import has been started at 10:37 a.m. today. That's the email. I have another email that represents this integration completing at 10:37. And this one is telling me that it's completed at 10:37. It has an authent token that it's giving you. I don't know why you would want that, but the status is completed, right? Green check mark, completed. And here's my run summary totals. Now the run summary totals get sent up in that callback API call as a JSON object. And they're basically just putting the JSON in here, which is hideous. But I can see that the process source records is 16, imported transactions is 16, failed is 0, disqualified is 0. So nothing was sent to the transaction assistant and no additional details report came out. So no disqualifications. But, you know, this is what the system generated emails look like. All right. So, stop doing that. I have another file. It's called accrual balance reset _2.csv. And, oh, I forgot to show you. When we ran this file, person number 20176 should have 0 leave vacation hours, 0 personal days, 0 sick hours, and 0 vacation leave as of the current pay period start date. So just because your integration runs with a green check mark or a green dot doesn't mean your transactions went in as you intended. So, for example, if you were resetting an accrual balance to what you thought was 40 hours, but you misplaced the decimal point and it went in as 4 hours, that's a successful transaction. It's not what you wanted, but that's a successful transaction. So you can't rely on the fact that an integration ran successfully as proof that your transactions went in successfully. So you should always spot check your transactions. So for person number 20176, if I find out who person 20176 is, 20176 is Phyllis Cook. And if I go to Phyllis Cook's time card, because that's where accrual balances show up, for the current pay period, because I did the resets on the current pay period, her accrual balances for leave, vacation, personal days, sick hours, and vacation leave are all zeros. All right, so my resets did go in as expected. But this next file, accrual balance reset _2.csv, after running this file, Phyllis should have 3 personal days as of the current pay period start date. But I got a problem because I told you to hard code the SFTP file name process property, which I told you was a bad idea because, you know, if anything's going to change, it's going to be the name of the file. So I don't want to have to edit that process property component, because if I do, I'm going to have to redeploy a new package to include that updated component. Instead, if this is something that could change periodically, I would rather prompt the user at runtime. You give me the name of a source file, and user provided parameters override the default. So what my user tells me to use is what will end up getting used, not the field default. So how do I prompt the user to give me the name of a source file? Well, that is part of the install. So if we go back to application setup for our install of the integration that we just did earlier, we can edit that install. And down at the bottom are integration parameters that I told you to skip earlier. But now I want to add or create an integration parameter that's going to prompt the user to give me a source file name. So let's edit the install for the accrual balance reset import, and then down at the bottom, let's create a parameter that we are going to name the parameter source file name. And this kind of becomes a prompt for them. They're going to see a text box labeled source file name, whatever you type in here. The template parameter, this dropdown is, these are all extended process properties that are eligible to be used as parameters. And one of them is file name. So let's map this parameter to the file name template parameter. the parameter type is, it's just going to be a text box. So just show them a text box. If you put in a default value, then that text box will be populated by default with that current value. So if it's usually this, you can make that the default value. If it's always different, don't put in a default value. So we're going to leave the default value blank. And yes, I do want this to be a user prompted parameter. So the parameter is named source file name. It will map to the file name extended process property template parameter. It'll be a text box, and yes, I want it user prompted. So save the parameter, and then save the install. Now that we've edited the install, let's go back to the Home tab and go back to Maintenance Integrations, and let's run it again. So run integration, accrual balance reset import. But now this time it's prompting me for a source file name. And this is where I want to put in the name of the second file, which is accrual balance reset, again, capital A, capital B, capital R, _2.csv. So accrual balance reset _2.csv. And we'll run that. And again, once you see success integration is running, you can X out of the launch wizard and click refresh until your tile moves. Now again, I get the green happy check mark. But if I click on the run details, when I click it, the run details, it's a little different. It's telling me the status is completed, but the message is a little different. The message this time is saying integration is completed without transaction errors, which is what the green check mark means. Additional details such as disqualifications may be accessible using the buttons below. So this run had disqualifications associated with it. But also there's a new section to the run details for parameters. So my user was prompted at runtime for source file name, and this is what they provided. It got that their response got logged. And the run summary, 10 records came in from the source, 9 imported successfully, 0 failed, 1 disqualified. And because there was a disqualification, I have a button to go to the additional details report. If I click on that, on the additional details report, I can see employee does not exist in the application, employee ID 99999, right? So in my source file, I had somebody who doesn't exist in the system and they got disqualified. But if this worked, now Phyllis should have 3 personal days. So if I go back to Phyllis's time card, 20176, for the current pay period for accruals, should now have 3 personal days. And they do. Right. So parameters make it more flexible in terms of I want a different file name other than the one that was in there by default. I didn't have to change anything on the programming side, nothing on the build side, right? All I did was just add a parameter, and that parameter value, in terms of what value do you want to use, the parameter value is always the first choice. If my user wants this, then darn it, that's what we're going to use. All right, and again, if I go back to process reporting.
Eric,
I
Yes.
just had a question. Let's say the user wanted to use a drop-down menu, or like there's a drop-down of different files the user has to select. Where do we input those values? Like, how do we set those values?
So if you want to drop down, if you want a, sorry, I'm stumbling over my own words here.
No, it's okay.
There is something called a list parameter. If you want to
Yes.
hard code what the file names are to show up in a drop-down box, it's a list parameter that you would define.
Oh, okay.
If you want them to browse real time from their computer, that's something else.
Okay.
So this would be a hard-coded drop-down list versus browse their local computer. And
Okay.
I'll show you browse your local computer later. Well,
Okay.
you'll see that in action.
All right. No, thank you.
All right. And Abigail, I think I'm stuck. Can you repeat it again, what to do what to do after setting up the parameter? So after we set up the parameter in the install, you'll see it listed here as an integration parameter now for the install. We can just go back to the home tab, go to maintenance integrations and run the integration and provide the second source file, which is accrual balance reset underscore 2.csv. That's what we did. And remember, all file names are case sensitive. So capital A, B, R underscore 2 dot lowercase CSV. All right. Now, I have another file. It's called accrual balance reset underscore 3.csv. And some of you probably could have predicted that. If I look at this third file, I got a problem. Because these are not WFM accrual codes. These are accrual codes from their other system. So what are we going to need in place first before I can process this file? It's CRT, that's right. We're going to need a cross-reference table in place to translate these source accrual codes into UKG accrual codes. We need to get that in place first, and then we'll be able to process this file. So we can't just run this file just yet. Now, if you remember, when we were originally setting up the control process properties, there was an option that asked us, do you need to translate source codes via CRT? And we said, no, we don't have to. But now, before I process this file, I'm going to have to say yes. And there is also a cross-reference table that came with the framework that came with the template that we didn't care about, but it's empty. So I'm going to have to populate that cross-reference table. So I have to turn on the logic to use the cross-reference table, and then I have to populate the cross-reference table before I can process this file. Now, both that control process property and the cross-reference table are extended components. So I can just edit the extensions without having to edit the programming components on the build tab, which means I won't have to redeploy because I'm not doing anything on the build tab. All I have to do is just edit some extensions. But that's what we need to do next. So if we go back into the Boomi Designer and go back to Manage, Atom Management, go to your environment extensions, those process properties that I showed you earlier on the build tab, those are all extended process properties. So here in extensions, if I go down to process properties, here are the control val reset underscore control process properties. And this is what we were setting up earlier on the build tab. And what we did on the build tab, those kind of became the new default values for this customer. But I need to change from the default value to something else. So all of these extended process properties are configured to use the default that came from the build. One of them is translate source codes via CRT was false in the build, and it's using that default. Well, I need to change my mind. I want to turn this back on. So let's uncheck use default so then I can then turn on translate source codes via CRT. That's the first thing we're going to have to do. Right. The second thing we're going to have to do is the cross-reference table itself was also extended. So underneath process properties is cross-reference. Let's go to cross-reference. And the only cross-reference table we have out there is the accrual val reset, accrual codes CRT. But right now that table is not overwritable. And you can see it's a pretty simple table. It's just got source accrual code and Chronos accrual code, but it's not overwritable. If you want your users to be able to upload, download, and edit the cross-reference table, it needs to be overwritable. Robert? Got a question? Sorry, I saw you come off mute. I thought you had a question. Or your microphone's not working. Either one. There's always chat if your microphones don't work. Right? So,
Hey, hey Rick, only the cross reference will have a 2 column or 2 columns. There can be like a 3 columns also. Is there any chances?
you can have up to 20 columns.
Okay, and it's one-to-one mapping, correct? One-to-many, okay. So how do we? Can you explain like if it is like a 1 input and 5 different output kind of thing, if that is the case, correct? I'm talking about not rows, columns.
I'm sorry, ask the question again.
So is that possible? Right now we see source accrual code, Chronos accrual code, correct?
Yep.
Can we have one more column on top of this?
You can have as many as you want. This is a build. This is a cross-reference table that I extended. So in the build for the cross-reference table,
Okay.
you can add as many columns as you want. But that's the way the table is built, and that's the way it's showing up in extensions.
Got it. Thank you very much.
Yep. All right. So this cross-reference table, I need to make sure if I want my users to be able to edit it themselves. And yes, I want my users to edit their own cross-reference tables. Let's make sure that this table is overwritable. And once it's overwritable, once we check that box for override, a new function just became available. It's import from CSV. And I gave you in your participant files a sample cross-reference table called accrual codes underscore CRT. And it's it's a cross-reference table. It's got, I have to turn off my Teams. They get really chatty during team meetings. It's accrual codes that I have in here. LV translates to leave, vacation. PD translates to personal days or personal day. These are the accrual codes that I need for working with my test data. These are not the real accrual codes. I don't know what the real accrual codes are. I would have to go to my solution consultant who's building out the accruals configuration, or I'd have to go out to the accruals system administrator to give me the full table. But given my my sample data that I'm working with while I'm developing my integration, these cross-reference table codes will work with my test data. And while I'm developing my integrations, I'm just working with a known set of test data. And I'll move on to a further level of testing after I've tested at least my minimum test data. So this accruals codes CRT.CSV has is a good starting point that we can use. And since I'm here in the Boomi extensions, I can just directly upload that cross-reference table directly into the extensions. My users can't do that because they don't have Boomi access. They would have to do it through the user interface. And I'll show you the user interface side of it in just a moment. But we, for the sake of testing, we can just directly import from CSV, specify the first row has a header row. Yes, the first row is a header row. And I can choose from wherever you unzipped your participant files. In your participant files, source files, you'll have accrual codes underscore CRT.CSV. You can just import that directly into the cross-reference table. And now it's populated, just as if it came in from the users. So, and while I'm testing, while I'm developing, this is exactly what I do. Right? I got my test data, I got my test cross-reference table. I can just directly put them into the extensions where they belong. Now, if I do want the users to maintain this cross-reference table moving forward, and I do, then they're going to have to use a page in the user interface that presents them with a table editor that knows column 1 is source accrual code, column 2 is Chronos accrual code. And in order for us to create that page, we need a process property called underscore, the name of this table, that has the column headings in it, that the user interface will look for that process property and be able to build an editor with the correct column names in it. So that is an extended process property. So if we go back to process properties, there's a process property for accrual val reset called CRT config. And in there, the only table, all right, you'll see it's already has the row in here. It's underscore your table name, accrual val reset underscore accrual code translation CRT, the exact table name. And you can see that it's using a default value, and it looks like those headers are already in there. That's bad news, actually, because remember, WFM can't see default values down in the components. WFM can only see values that are explicitly in extensions. This is not an extension value. You're seeing a default value showing through. So that's misleading. We can't use this. So we have to uncheck use default and put those column headings in there. Now, unfortunately, there's a bug, and I thought they would have fixed it by now, but we just got a new build 2 weeks ago, and still not fixed. And the bug is this: when I uncheck use default, this should go blank because it really is blank. You're seeing the default value showing through. But when I uncheck use default, it doesn't go blank. And that's the bug. And the unfortunate part is it is blank. It looks like it's populated, and that's the problem. It's very misleading. So what we have to do as a workaround until they fix the bug, what we have to do is delete what's there and put the values in there properly. Luckily for us, there's a very easy way of doing that. And that is select what's there, do Control-C to copy it, hit your delete key so that's properly emptied now, and do Control-V so that's properly populated. That is not intuitive, and that sucks. All right, that's a hard workaround to have to explain. What do you mean it's not there? I see it. It's like, yeah, I know. It's not really there. It looks like it's there. It's not really there. Copy it, delete it, paste it back. Now it's really there. So we did 3 things. Before I leave extensions, let me just recap. We did 3 things. The first thing we did was we went to a process property in control, and we unchecked use default for translate source codes via CRT, so we can turn on translate source codes via CRT. That's the first thing we had to do, was turn on the logic to use the cross-reference table. The second thing we did was on the cross-reference table, we made sure it was overridable, and then we imported our test CSV to get us started. And if I want my users to maintain this table through the user interface, I also needed a process property in CRT config that has the column headings visible, not the default values. Those are the 3 things we did. But now we can click OK, close the extensions. Now,
Rick,
yes.
sorry, I just wanted to know, from when we chose our import from CSV, there was a box, an empty box there, where next to source accrue code. What happens when you tick it? Does that have an influence on our data? Do we select specific ones, or yes, that? Yes.
These are row selectors to delete or add a row after. These aren't
Okay.
actually data. These are just controls for these.
Oh, okay. Okay.
All right. So now with this extension set up, I should now be able to go back. That doesn't affect my install at all, right? I'm still going to prompt the user for the source file name. It's just going to be accrual balance reset _3, but I'm prompting for that. So it doesn't change the install. But now on the integrations page, if I want the user to be able to maintain that cross-reference table, right? It's an extended table, it's overridable, and I've got the headers in a process property. So if the user were to go to reference tables and click on edit, right? Which integration do you want to edit cross-reference tables for? This one. And which table in that integration would you like to edit? If this dialog doesn't come up, it'll complain about the metadata being missing or being incorrect. And if you get that error message, it's because the table is not overridable, or the column headings aren't visible in the extended process property. But mine shows up, so I can click on edit. And now my users can see that the column 1 is source accrual code, column 2 is Kronos accrual code, and they can edit the table right from here. But it's already in there for me, so I'm just going to say run an integration. I'll run my accrual balance reset import. For the source file name, I'll specify the third file, which is accrual balance reset _3.csv. Accrual balance reset _3.csv. I'm just checking for typos because I do that every once in a while. Click on run. And I'll click refresh. Now, I do know that this file has a bad transaction in it. So I'm not expecting a green happy check mark. And I didn't get one. I got a red check mark. The check mark means completed. The green check mark means completed without transaction errors. The red check mark means completed with transaction errors. And if I click on that completed tile, my run summary, the status is completed with errors. There's a message here, process completed with transaction errors. If transaction assistant is enabled, failed records can be resubmitted through the transaction assistant. And they even give you a shortcut to the transaction assistant. If I click on that, it brings you to the full transaction assistant page, but it pre-filters the page just to show you the transaction errors from that particular integration run. And there was only one. No accrual profile assigned, or the accrual code is not part of their profile. And I was trying to do a vacation reset for person number 20210. So either this person doesn't have an accrual profile, or vacation's not part of it. Either way, not my problem. I would give it to the accruals person. And something's wrong with this person, go handle it. But my integration did its job. Right? It correctly kicked out somebody that wasn't properly configured, which is something I would want to test for anyway.
Rick, sorry,
Yes.
I think I need assistance. Mine said all 16 failed.
Ooh, cool. Let's find out why. All right. So again, this is the user experience. If I go over to process reporting, manage process reporting, which, what number are you? 360 something,
370.
370. So in process reporting, which we're going to be spending a lot of time in tomorrow, but if you click on the date and the time of a process report, I can see connector tiles for every connector that executed. One of the connector that executed was the HTTP connector that did the accruals bulk update. And by default, our HTTP connector will log a copy of the response document that came back from your API calls. So if I look at the response document that came back, it says there's nothing. This page doesn't always refresh. Sometimes it takes a few minutes for it to show up. Oops. $370. All right. So I guess I can't show you this right now. So can you share your screen. And I'll walk you through the user interface.
Okay, no problem. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can. All right, and this may not work for you either. If you scroll, if you click on the number 1, oops, okay, never mind.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
sorry. Number 1.
Oh, well, no, go back to that process report. And the very last connector tile is that HTTP connector for the accruals bulk update. If you click on that number 1 to view that document, it shows up for you. All right. It's sure enough, you got a status code of 400 on that document, which means bad request. You can use that gear icon on that record to view the document. And this is the 400 response document that came back, and all 16 records failed. So scroll down just a little bit. There you go. I just want to see one of them. All right. So object with qualifier VAC cannot be found. So VAC is not in your cross-reference table. Not true. PD is not in your cross-reference table. SH is not in your cross-reference table. I see a pattern here. Your cross-reference table may not be populated. So let's close this document viewer. This window, close document viewer. And let's go back to your extensions. Let's go to manage extensions. Atom management. Go to your environment extensions and go to cross-reference. And yeah, they're there. Okay. So let's go, let's stay in extensions here. Let's go over to process properties right above cross-reference and show me your control process properties. Aha, there we go. Translate source codes via CRT is not turned on.
Oh, so should I turn it on? Oh, okay.
Yeah, so it's not actually translating.
Oh,
So
I think okay.
So click OK and rerun the integration.
Okay. How do I remove this control bar?
If you grab the very top of it, you can drag it around.
Okay.
It's very touchy. Yeah. Welcome to my hell. I have to look at that control bar all the time. So the very first tab is employee time cards. You can go, maintenance integrations. Oh, you're one of those tab happy people, huh?
Very. Okay.
Tool balance reset _3.csv.
Okay, I think I will be good from here.
I think so too.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
All right. So you can stop. Yeah, you go. I'll take the screen back. All right. So again, the accrual balance reset import template, and this is the regular template that you're going to be working with after class for your customers. It has options for some programming that we've already built into the template. You just have to turn options on and off, and change the way it behaves without actually changing the programming on the build. And that makes it much easier for us to get this to run the way our customer wants it to run. So this is a very common experience for all of our templates. There are going to be control process properties, and there is documentation that comes with our templates. When you request a template to be copied into a customer's account, you will be emailed what we call a data sheet And the data sheet is the IC facing documentation for how to work with that template. So what is the source file layout? What are the control process properties? What is what's the cross-reference table look like that's being used? What APIs are being called? It's the API documentation for how to work with a particular template. So that should give you enough information to be able to, turn on the options you want, turn off the options you don't want, type of thing. All right. And I think that's enough of the accrual balance reset. But that's a typical template experience for us. Now, some are harder than others, maybe not as easy as this one was. There are some that are even easier than this one. But that's a typical experience. So any questions or comments on the accrual balance reset? And I am not the person to be training accruals. So the whole fact that an accrual profile wasn't configured right, I'm not your guy. All right, then I'm not going to start the next lesson with only a half hour left on the day because it's a big lesson. So what we can do is end early. So if there's no last questions, we can just wrap up for the day. We'll start at the same time tomorrow. All right, then have a good night. And once I get the link to the recording, I'll send that out in an email along with the slides. So see you all tomorrow.
See you. Thank you, Rick.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rick.
Welcome.